agreed, we'll stay on this last slide before he finishes that area. And then we'll bring it up. If they have an objection, they can make it.
Okay, we're at 9 o'clock, and I see Mr. Altenburn trying to get my attention as well.
I'll be very, very brief. On the motion in limine yesterday about the 2015 material, Mr. Anderson promised he wouldn't bring it up, and I appreciate that. It occurred to me when I realized that Dr. Chopra was the witness that if we're not giving curative instruction to the jury, that maybe a doctor that wants to talk about the 2015 to 2016 period needs to be clear that you're not going to volunteer information that's standard of care or criticism of the doctors in the period between 2015 and October 2016.
As it is right now, I think we're okay waiting a day. If it starts to look like that's what's happening, then I'm sure someone's going to stand up and object, and then we can possibly write a curative at that point in time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But I'm taking Mr. Anderson at his word that that's not going to happen.
My questions will not be addressed to that period, other than obviously in predicate for 2016.
Okay. Anything else before we bring in the jury?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury. Good morning. Good morning. Everyone, please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm, while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. Okay. Was there a...
No, I'm good.
Okay. I'm also going... I understand. I'm going to now ask you what will become standard questions as well. I want to ask you, have anyone approached any of you about this case at any time since you become a member of the jury? Has anyone? Okay. And have any of you seen any media reporting concerning this case since you've become a juror? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Those will become standard questions during the days. Mr. Anderson, Mr. Whitney, who's Mr. Anderson?
Rachel Dion, plaintiff calls Rachel Dion.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good morning. Mr. Anderson.
Please state your name for the record.
Rachel Dion,
And where do you live, Ms. Dion?
Venice, Florida.
And have you been called here as one of the physical therapists that worked with Maya Kowalski both before and after her visit to Johns Hopkins from October of 2016 to January of 2017?
Yes.
And I want the jury to know a little bit about you. Are you from here?
Yes, from here. I've lived here about 30 years.
And where'd you go to school?
I went to Florida Gulf Coast University for my bachelor's, and then Kaiser University for the physical therapist assistant license.
And what did you study? What was that for the physical therapy, or was there other?
I studied for my bachelor's. I have it in exercise science.
Uh-huh.
I did 4 years with that. And then Kaiser was just focused solely on the physical therapy license.
Okay. And then when were you first licensed?
July 2016.
And incidentally, was that one of the first days that you saw Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
And so you have been then a physical therapist for some 7 years. Is that right?
Correct.
And in your career, have you had pediatric patients from time to time?
When I was a student, we worked with some pediatric, yes.
As your profession progressed, did there come a time then that you were working more with older people?
Yes, yeah, being the demographic in the Venice and Sarasota County area, it gets a little older.
Okay. All right. And through the course of this, have you continued to keep yourself apprised of any innovations, new techniques, and, for lack of a better term, the latest news in physical therapy techniques?
Yes, actually now this is the year we need to renew our license, so we're in continuing education courses now. But yes, I do those every 2 years.
Okay. And so where do you work?
I work for a home health care company called Patients First Home Care.
Okay, and how long have you worked for them?
It just opened up, so under a year.
Okay. And then prior to that, where did you work?
I worked at Aviana. It used to be Doctor's Choice Home Health Care, and then before that was Agility Physical Therapy.
All right. And how long did you work at Agility Physical Therapy?
I did many positions before I started working as a licensed therapist there, so the time blends. But I think as a physical therapist, I worked for a year.
Had you had a number of pediatric patients, pain patients, or, well, physical therapy patients prior to Maya Kowalski?
At Agility, we got a lot of students in soccer injuries, so I was used to working with children.
Right. And in working with children, how important is it, from your experience, that they trust the physical therapist?
I see a lot of when therapists interact and go by their emotions and not be too aggressive too quickly, that they respond better.
And so is the point then to make sure that the patient trusts you and knows you're not going to hurt them?
Exactly.
And have you found that that approach generally brings better results with the patients?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. So the first time, and I think we can bring up, that's the last appointment. Where's my first appointment? All right, can we bring up then Joint Exhibit 1028-0023? And for the record, this is an Agility Physical Therapy and Sports Performance daily note billing sheet for July 29th, 2016, the day you got your license, I guess.
The other day after.
All right, so this is going to go back to the jury. This is in evidence, Your Honor. This will go back to the jury, but I wanted to take you through a few of these so that the jury had the breadth of what you were doing. Can you explain a little bit about these different areas here on the first and second page and what they mean?
Okay, so we have the assessment, which is basically how the patient is presenting, what they're feeling, how we're viewing their ability to stand, their strength. So we're looking at also her range of motion, what can be performed with pain, without pain, if there are any deficits in her strength and range of motion, and what we need to focus on first. And those would be, our short-term goals that could be achieved in 4 weeks, 6 weeks, and then the long-term goals, which is much farther out at 12 weeks.
All right. And then, how did Maya Kowalski present to you on this day? How'd she look? How was she doing?
She looked very thin.
Mm-hmm.
Her heel cords with the Achilles, her calf muscles, very, very tight. So toes were always down. Very, very sensitive to leg touching. Skin mostly everywhere, very hypersensitive, but definitely on the legs and feet, for sure.
And if you're aware, was this after the trip to Mexico and the ketamine infusions there?
Yes.
And was this after the series of infusions from Dr. Hannah she received over the course of the spring and summer?
Yes.
And so, tell us what you did that day and your assessment as you worked through it with Maya.
She tried very hard to do all of the testing, even though it was very painful. She wanted to have the most accurate test results with this first visit. That way we can plan our plan of care accordingly.
Did she appear interested in getting well?
Absolutely. Very, very, very committed.
Right. And what could she do and not do at this point, noting this is approximately, and for the record, this is approximately a month or so before she went in on October 7th to Johns Hopkins?
She was sitting up pretty well. In the very beginning, she needs some support with sitting, but eventually we worked to unsupported sitting. Her trunk and core were getting very strong, and eventually it led to upper arm strength, and that helped her a lot with sitting without her back supported, without any pillows on the side to prevent her from falling over.
Did you, was she still in a wheelchair? Is she still arrived in a wheelchair?
Yes.
And through the course of your treatments there, prior to the visit to Johns Hopkins, did she make progress?
Oh yes, prior to John, yeah. We made a lot of progress together, and I was very hopeful at the time because the infusions were going pretty well. She would still have her bad days and struggle, but she was very hopeful and very committed to what she was doing and tried absolutely every exercise I would throw at her.
And based upon what you saw, and again, these will be in evidence, but did it appear to you that Maya was getting close to getting out of that wheelchair?
Yeah, yes.
And was Maya excited in this end of the summer, beginning of the fall to get out of that wheelchair?
Very much so.
Did she like being in that wheelchair?
No.
Okay. And you were aware at this time that Maya had been receiving different treatments for, well, first, were you aware that she had CRPS?
Absolutely, yes.
Were you familiar with the symptoms of CRPS?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury whether Maya's symptoms, as you observed them, appeared consistent with your knowledge of CRPS?
Absolutely.
What did you note?
The hypersensitivity in the skin, hers was a very severe case as it was global, meaning that it was in the arms, legs, trunk. So she would wear shorts a lot because she could not even tolerate any fabric on her legs. Sometimes there might be a little lesion on the thigh, pale coloring, cold skin, and grimacing a lot because any sort of movement is very, very painful.
Was she the type of child that would, leaving aside the CRPS supersensitivity, but was she the type of child that would, lack of a better term, scream bloody murder if it started hurting, or was she the type of child that was quieter and more stoic about it?
She definitely tried to be stoic as possible. Never screaming, a couple times it would have gotten bad enough, maybe tears in her eyes, but never screaming, never crying. I would never get her to that point, however.
And can you explain have you worked with chronic pain patients who are not receiving pain medication at the time they're going through it?
I have not met anyone not receiving pain medication going through CRPS.
But leaving aside CRPS, have you had experience with people trying to make it through physical therapy without any assistance for the pain?
I've had patients try to do it, and they can't tolerate it.
Does the pain inhibit the ability to perform certain of these exercises?
Absolutely. Anything from brushing your hair, washing your hair, rotating around to wipe yourself for the toilet, getting in and out of bed, those things.
Did you receive some medical records upon referral over to Agility Fitness?
Yes.
And I don't have them here in front of me. If you can recall, what did you receive?
From Dr. Hanna,
Okay.
about what his treatment was for her, what he wanted us to avoid as therapists, certain techniques that could make her condition worse.
Okay. Let me show you then what has been previously marked into evidence as 2793 and also 2794 right after it. And for the record, 2793 is a photograph, and then 2794 is an email, and I add 2794 to orient you as to the date of this photo. I'm sorry, it's 2408. God, these 2408 1712 and 2408 1711. Now, is that you there?
Yes, that's me kneeling down in front of Maya, getting her strapped in. If you guys aren't familiar with what this is, there's a thick cord and it's attached to a railing system that goes around. So if someone is not able to tolerate or stand up strong enough with their legs, with their full body weight, we can kind of adjust it, lift it up, almost like they would kind of be up on their tiptoes, to try to associate what it would feel like to have your feet on the floor without all of your weight pressing down on it, to try to slowly introduce that to her body and to the bottom of her feet especially.
So at this time in September 23rd, 2016, can you tell the jury looking at this whether Maya was going to be capable of getting out of that wheelchair and walking on crutches soon?
Yes, as you can see, we loosened her heel cords quite a bit, her Achilles, so if your calf muscles are so tight, your feet will mimic walking on high heels without any shoes on. So we were working on getting her heel as close to the floor as possible to get her feet flat, but you could see that right foot is still wanting to turn in and point a little bit because there was some tightness and definitely a lot of pain.
So, but was her dystonia, did her dystonia, that is the turning in of the feet, improve as you worked with her through the end of the summer?
Yes, we were doing a lot of gentle stretching, and she was doing some of that at home.
Now, I noticed on her legs there are pretty thin. Mm-hmm. At this point, from the beginning when you first started to work with her up until she went into Johns Hopkins, can you tell the jury whether Maya was putting on any muscle mass on her legs?
Yes, her thighs were getting stronger. You could start to see the tone in her thighs as we were progressing.
And as she did better, can you tell the jury about her mood? Did her mood improve?
Yes, she was much happier coming in, looking forward to the treatment. Even though it was very taxing, painful, she was getting some results out of it, and that's very motivating as a patient to keep trying. Even though it's hurting, it's worth it. And
in your time when you had a lot of adolescent and pediatric patients, did you have any parents that demanded to be with the child on every minute to more or less control the situation?
No.
And with Beata Kowalski, can they tell the jury if it was true with her as well, that whether she was trying to control everything, unusual behavior, or whether she was a normal parent?
Absolutely normal. Of course, in the beginning, both parents wanted a little rundown of what we were going to be doing with her, as they should, and they felt very confident and comfortable. And after that, I just saw Jack, and he would just hang out in the waiting room, and if Maya needed to look at him to see his big smile, he would have it, and if he saw us doing something really cool, like this, he would snap a picture, and
Okay.
it was really good.
All right. Let's see if we need to skip ahead here. All right. So let's jump ahead then to. I want to get the last one before, so pardon me for a moment here. Let's find the last one. There's 927. I did have these marked, but let's turn to, if we can, Joint Exhibit 1028-009 for the record. This is a daily note and billing sheet dated September 27th, 2016, and depending on whether September has 30 or 31 days, I think 30, then this would be approximately 10 days before she went into Johns Hopkins. Was this the last visit with her?
I believe so, yes.
And so, tell us again, right before she went in.
What's the exhibit number?
Exhibit number 1, yeah, let's get it marked here, 1028-0090.
I have that up.
Okay. Well, that's it. Now, 927.
90.
Yeah, that's it.
Exhibit, joint exhibit
Yeah, that's it.
-90.
Okay. Well, we've got it up. So I'd like you to review this, and then in a moment we'll turn to the second page. And so you've got there the under current complaints and prior levels of function, current functional, all of that. Are these aspirations? In other words, what you're trying to get the child to do?
Yes, this is the goal, her
Okay.
goals.
So where it says, for instance, maintaining body position and remaining standing, is that an indication that she was actually doing it, or that was the goal to do it?
That was the goal that we set up, to get those muscles stronger to eventually be able to achieve those goals.
Let's look at the next page, 1028-0091, and that's the second page of this. And tell the jury what's going on here.
These are all the exercises we would do, but the deferred today is what we avoided. So instead of me erasing all of that, I would just kind of grab it and see what I did last time and how she responded to it, if there was anything I needed to remember. But as you can see, she was doing some tall kneeling balance. So that means she is on her knees, not her butt resting on her heels, kneeling and able to control her trunk.
So that means she could kneel up on the bed.
Yeah.
And if there's a video later of Maya kneeling up on the bed, she had gained that much strength to be able to do it?
Yes, and a bed is difficult because it's soft. So there's a lot of give, and your core needs to engage to avoid falling side to side.
Okay. Now, there has been some testimony here about Maya sitting what has been referred to as crisscross applesauce. Have you seen children, patients of yours or others that sit in this position? And can you explain to the jury why?
This position provides some relief on our low back. That's why we have a tendency to cross our legs when we sit. It kind of gives relief on the pelvis where it meets the low back, providing some muscular relief from pain, especially if you're uncomfortable. I've known a lot of adults do it as well as children.
Is this generally well known among physical therapists that sitting crisscross applesauce is not an indication of the child is doing wonderful, but more an indication the child has low back or upper leg pain?
Absolutely. She asked. Yeah, she was just trying to get comfortable.
Okay. All right. And so completing this here, she has, turning to the third page, she still has some, what does it say, diminished AROM. Maybe you can help the jury with some of these acronyms.
The AROM is active range of motion. So what she can do on her own. She can physically take her arm and lift it. No one else is taking it and lifting it for her. LE is lower extremities, so that's your legs. And UE is upper extremity, your arms.
All right. So as of this date, were you feeling positive or negative about Maya getting out of that wheelchair and returning to a semi-normal life?
Very much so. I was very helpful. We were going strong, and she was doing very well. The kneeling was the big next hurdle, and she was doing that excellent. She had her core strength improving, her trunk control. She was doing very well.
All right. And so I'm looking for over the course of the rest of the year, did you see Maya? Did you see her? When was the first time you saw her, if you recall?
When she came back after after she was in the hospital.
Okay. And I have a feeling there's one before this. I'm sure someone will point it out. But I'd like to take you to Joint Exhibit 1028-0093, which for the record is that billing sheet 01, so January 17th, 2017. Let the record reflect that Maya was discharged from the hospital on January 14th, 2017, approximately, 3 or 4 days before. So this is your first time seeing her back?
Yes, and this will show just how motivated she was. You know, a lot of us would have probably wanted to take a lot more time off, but she was in there days after everything she went through.
Threw herself into it.
Absolutely. She's very committed.
But tell the jury about the difference in physical condition as you saw it from a physical therapist's point of view from the last time you saw her before she went into Johns Hopkins and as she literally had just come out of Johns Hopkins.
She seemed much, much thinner than the last time I saw her, especially her legs. There was a couple of abrasions on the thighs. Her pain was through the roof, very distant, very difficult to communicate with at the beginning because she doesn't, she's fearful of opening up, fearful of the consequences.
And so, did you notice whether her dystonia had returned or not?
Yes, it was worse. All the stretching that we did for her calf muscles, Achilles, the heel cord, tightened up again, maybe even a little bit worse than when we first started.
Okay. And so on the pain scale there, I see partly down, she's describing worst 8, best 5, current 7. Orient the jury to what that means.
So that's the pain scale. 0 out of 10 means you have no pain at all. 10 means that you can punch your injury and it won't hurt any more than it already is. So 8 out of 10 is very high.
So at 5, was this a good day for Maya?
I would say that was about medium.
Okay. All right. And what else can you tell us about Maya's upper body? Did she need assistance to stay upright in the wheelchair?
Yes, she was slouched to the side, so you need pillows to support, otherwise you risk, skin breakdown. So Jack was very good about making sure she was turning, that she was offloading those bony prominences on the side of the wheelchair because she was also very, very skinny, much skinnier than when I last saw her.
How about the circumference of her thighs and then calves? Had it increased or decreased?
Decreased.
Significantly or just a little bit?
I would say moderately.
All right. And in terms of range of motion, did you find that she had diminished in terms of her ability to move?
Yes. Before I saw her, she had deltoids that we would all be jealous of. Her shoulder muscles were so defined, and she was so strong. She could walk on her hands probably if she wanted to. But when I saw her again, everything was very, very weak, no tone left in the shoulders.
And in terms of the ability, for instance, to raise her arms, was that increased or decreased as she came out of Johns Hopkins?
Decreased range of motion.
And did you go through all of the standard evaluations as a physical therapist to assess her state at that point?
Yes, Alan did that.
And so you set about, I guess here, a chance to bring her back, if you will. Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And so, again, what did you notice about Maya in terms of her tolerance of the pain she was in? Did she reject a lot of exercises, or did she just try to gut it through best she could?
She would participate in everything I asked her to. The only reason if I would change something is if she was grimacing pretty significantly and that grimace wasn't going away. I would maybe change her body position, maybe change the exercise, but still work the same muscles. And so it would still give her some strengthening without excruciating pain.
So throughout the therapy, you were constantly looking for signs she was in pain and would then adjust?
Yes,
for that
if
pain?
it were appropriate pain, or if it were pain that she's not going to want to ever come back to see me again.
All right, and you said before that she had some, and I forget the term you used, but the jury's interested to know, did you note any lesions on her?
Yes,
And where were they?
the upper thigh.
And what did they look like?
They were small, round, a little red, irritated.
They look angry?
Yeah.
All right. And were there parts of her body that were even more sensitive than when you had last seen her in September of 2016?
Significantly, her feet, the legs, below the knee was very excruciating, and it was sad because we made a lot of progress towards getting those feet introduced to some light touching and to some contact on the floor. She was getting very close to that.
And so you continued to see her then through January and into February, and let's see, the last one I have is on August, I think, of 2017, and at this point, some 7 to 8 months later, were you able to bring back some of Maya's? My question is, she had a certain level of fitness and ability to do things before she went in. Were you able to bring back all of it, a part of it? Where was she by 9 months?
She was back to tall kneeling, doing some dynamic balance exercises, which are movement exercises without having support, without a hand on the counter or something that'll stabilize you. So I would throw balls in different directions and she would catch it and be able to come back to the starting position in the kneeling with her tall kneeling. So core and upper body strength was doing great, and we were tackling the legs next and their tolerance to weight bearing.
And so in terms of the levels of pain, was Maya still in pain?
Yes, always.
Did you have to adjust your techniques from time to time so that she could continue a particular exercise or part of the body?
Absolutely, yes.
Can you give the jury some examples of what you would have to do if you saw Maya grimacing about a certain exercise?
Yes. So if she were sitting up performing an activity or kneeling and her body position wasn't cooperating with how her pain was coming in from that movement. So I would maybe make her lie down, do something against gravity, working out those same muscles, but having less pain throughout that.
Right. And from what you saw, although there may have been areas where more or less, did Maya appear to have pain over most of her body, with different areas more sensitive than others?
Yes, the legs were much more painful than the arms. In the beginning, everything was very, very painful. And then the arms were getting a little bit stronger. Her range of motion is improving, able to lift the arms over the head. So then that opens up grooming. She's able to help groom herself. She has some independence there.
But still not out of the wheelchair by this point.
No.
But hopeful, trying to.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So at that point, she left your care, and can you tell the jury whether this is unusual in terms of once you have worked through a period, and why?
Yeah, very unusual. I care a lot about my patients, so when they disappear, it's a little shocking, especially with how hard Maya and I were working together and the progress we were making with her treatments by the doctors. They were able to help her get stronger by the treatments they were doing to help get that pain level down, still there, but able to achieve the exercises that we were trying to do to get her stronger.
Did you subsequently learn that Maya was attempting to do many of these exercises on her own at home?
Yes, homework, home exercise program. So if any of you have been in physical therapy, you should always get a sheet with your first visit of exercises to do at home. And because if you don't do them every day, it's not, the physical therapy won't work as well. So she was doing, especially I wanted her to emphasize stretching the heel cords, and that would kind of also hide in some tactile sensitivity, getting used to that with her feet. I was trying to stretch them so she would have contact with her feet and try to introduce some sort of sensation on her feet without excruciating pain.
And I believe, if you have reviewed them, that in the records for ability fitness, those exercises are set out?
Yes.
I'm trying to find them, but we'll let the jury look through them. Determine later. Now, I noticed one other thing, and that is that from time to time you had something called a patient outcome. And if we could show an example, this one's fairly early, this is before Johns Hopkins, 1028-0041. And then, of course, it would be 0042. All right. So the jury's back there, and they want to look through this and educate themselves further on how Maya was before and after. Take them through what this is for.
So this is for activities of daily living. How is she able to accomplish those things, if at all? So we would rate that based on a number.
Got it. A 1 to 10 scale again.
I'm sorry?
1 to 10 scale.
Yes.
Okay. And then, now this was obviously before, on August 17th of 2016, but at that time her pain level was still an 8 on certain days.
Yes.
And she had like moderate difficulty lifting an object like a bag of groceries.
Yes.
But overall, did she appear to be doing better despite her scoring there?
Yes.
Do the patients become more, when they're filling one of these out, do they tend to be more pessimistic than what you're hearing, or optimistic? How would you describe it?
I would say it's per patient, but Maya was very accurate and she's very intelligent, and she would want everything as accurate as possible. So, told her not to embellish, or, if it's bad, tell me it's bad.
Okay. And so then by the time she left you, can you give the jury some idea of, just an estimate of when you were hoping she could get out of the wheelchair?
Before the hospital or after?
After.
The goal was before school. So I think in August the school started. I'm not
August
sure
or
when.
September.
That time of year, yeah.
That she was not able to do that.
No, we were really close, and then the pain was just too unbearable, and I said, maybe by Christmas. And she's like, no, I don't like that answer. So she went home and she said, that's it. And she put on her backpack, got out her crutches, and made herself walk in the home. And I believe that maybe she didn't want to put herself in such a vulnerable, such a high pain position, maybe in public, in the clinic at Agility. Maybe she didn't know how it was going to make her body, her emotions respond, and that's why she didn't want to do it in therapy. She wasn't sure. But at home, she has her creature comforts, her dad, her brother, you know, maybe her favorite show. She can call a friend if she's having a really bad time with it after her experience to try to walk. But she did very well.
Got it. Okay, so I gather overall you felt that the therapy was successful,
Yes,
and Maya was now working as hard as she could to
every day.
every day. Just one moment. Tell us about asthma. When she came in, did you notice any, or?
She would have
Like-
intermittent coughing, but sometimes with asthma, it could worsen with cardiovascular exercises, some jogging, things like that. We weren't doing high heart rate activities. We were focused on strength, balance, transferring.
Okay. Your witness.
Please score.
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Howard Hunter. I don't think we've ever met.
No, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You are here today to testify as Maya Kowalski's physical therapist during a certain period of time, correct?
Correct.
And if I understand correctly, at the time you first saw her, you were still a student.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you became licensed almost immediately after seeing her
Right.
as a physical therapy assistant,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Correct.
Say yes or no.
Correct.
Okay. And then you're still a physical therapy assistant today, is that
Correct.
Okay. When you saw Maya Kowalski, had you seen any other pediatric CRPS patients?
Pediatric, no. Adults, yes.
You've seen some adults, but
Mm-hmm.
no pediatric CRPS patients?
No.
Have you seen any since?
I have had one adult with CRPS.
Okay. Have you seen any other pediatric CRPS patients besides Maya Kowalski?
No, I shortly after I stopped working in outpatient and went into home health, and mostly those are covered with geriatric, Medicare insurances, so I don't see a lot of pediatrics
Okay.
anymore.
And incidentally, when did you leave Agility Physical Therapy?
I'm not sure on the date exactly, but I think I practiced with my license there for a year.
So sometime in, let's say...
I think I started the home health position May 2020.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, May 2018.
Okay. Sometime after August of 2017.
Correct, yes.
Right. So like a year or so later.
Oh, less than a year. I started May in my new job, so I finished out, I went through the fall and the winter and the spring, and then by the summertime of the next year, I was at a home health company.
Several months later.
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about, if we could, some of the chart entries you've talked about. When Maya Kowalski first came in to see you folks in July of 2016, the first person to see her was Mr. Dalton.
I believe so. I think there was Carol Pierce, Alan Dalton, and another therapist that signed off on some notes that I saw.
Okay. And according to what I see here, you apparently didn't really see her yourself until August of 2016. Is that right?
With the evaluation, the physical therapist sees her first,
Okay.
and then I do the routine visits after that.
Okay, so let's talk for a moment about her patient outcome form. That would be 1028 2000 or 102814. These forms are filled out periodically during a patient's tenure at a facility. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So periodically, you folks have to update things to give benchmarks of how patients are doing. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. I've been to physical therapy. No other sports. Okay, so if we can look at this form, and if I can see it, the first question is pain level, and that's a 0 to 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
And does that solicit how the patient's pain level is that day in the clinic?
Yes, we emphasize how your pain is right at that moment.
Okay. And then her answer was 8, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next question is not on a scale of 1 to 10, but rather 0 to 4, correct?
Yes.
And that's true of all the rest of those categories, all the way down
Yes, on the page, yes.
to that page, and then over to the next page, the same is true. Is that correct? The whole form from that point
0 to
forward is
4,
0
yes.
to 4, correct? Okay. So, not to belabor it too much, because the jury will have this to go back with them, but the number 1 is kind of an overview of all the activities the patient is doing, her usual work, housework, school activities, and it asks the extent of the difficulty that they're having or their ability to perform that activity, correct?
It's focusing on if you had a job, if you were in the working, if you were able to perform your work or household chores or attend school activities.
Okay. And the answer to that question on the 22nd was 0, correct?
Yes.
And if you look at number 2, her ability to go about her usual hobbies, recreational, sporting activities, etc., was a 2, or moderate difficulty, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And then getting in or out of the bath was 0. She just couldn't do it.
Correct.
And in fact, when she came in to see you folks in July of 2016, this was after Mexico and a number of trips to Dr. Hanna,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Yes.
She had no ability to get in or out of the bathroom or walk between rooms in her home, correct?
Yes, no walking.
And then she could put on her shoes and socks with a little bit of difficulty, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think being in Florida, I mean, especially kids, they wear their flip-flops a lot, so if she wasn't wearing, I've never seen her in tennis shoes. If she was wearing any shoes, it would have been sandals hanging off of her feet because she couldn't tolerate anything on it.
But what she rated was a 3 out of 4.
Right. So her
A little
ability
bit.
to put it on, not the ability to tolerate.
Right, okay. And then she was unable to squat at all, correct?
Correct, because she cannot weight bear.
Right. And then she had moderate difficulty at 2 lifting a bag of groceries from the floor.
Yes.
And then the rest of these are 0, performing heavy activities, getting into or out of a car, walking 2 blocks, or certainly walking a mile she couldn't do, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, incidentally, she was wheelchair bound, correct?
Correct.
Then if we go over to page 102815, she's unable to go up or down stairs, stand for an hour. She had no trouble sitting for an hour, but she couldn't run or make sharp turns, or let alone hop, but she could roll over in bed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, we look and we see that were you aware that in August, several weeks after that, she went back to Dr. Hanna for a number of ketamine treatments?
Yes.
Okay. And that followed a situation in which she was demonstrating low tolerance for half kneeling and trouble with pain and fatigue, correct?
Yeah, in August?
No,
Yes.
in July.
Oh, in July, yes, yes.
Okay. So then she went back to Dr. Hanna for 3 infusions. Let me ask Clay to put up the next patient outcome form she filled out, which would be 102899. And let's compare those for a moment if we could. Could we put up those side by side? Okay, so we've got 117 on the left, on my left, on the screen's left, and 722. I'm sorry, I'm giving you the wrong number, Clay. It should be 817, not 117. It should be 14 versus 41. We'll get to 99 in a minute. So we've got her patient outcome form from initially on the left, and basically a month later on the right, correct?
Correct.
And so we see that on the 17th of August, she still had a pain level of 8, correct? And she was still unable to go about any of her usual work, housework, or school activities, correct?
Correct.
And her rating regarding hobbies and so forth was the same, a 2, correct?
Correct, yes.
And if we go down this form, on the first page, we basically see that her responses to the patient outcomes on August 17th of 2016 are the same as they were a month earlier upon admission, correct?
Correct. It takes about 6 to 8 weeks for a muscle to gain in size. So 4 weeks, it's
And
not
if
going to
we-
be too significant of a difference.
If we flip over and we see page, and we compare the second page of July 22nd to the second page of August 17th, that would be page 15 versus 42, we see the same thing, that there's been no change, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after that August 22nd encounter, or I should say on that date, was there some indication that on that day she was experiencing increased pain and having trouble doing her HEP, her home exercise program?
On 7/22 or 8/17?
On, I'm sorry, 8/17 was what I meant to ask her today.
Okay. So was she having difficulty doing those?
Yes,
Exercising?
on 8/22.
She was still having some difficulty, yes. She had difficulty throughout the entire treatment, but she was still trying, and this
Right.
test is mainly geared towards weight-bearing activities.
Okay. And then as matters progressed, were you aware of her going back for other ketamine treatments during your treatment?
Yes, yes.
Okay, were you aware she went back for one on September 22nd?
I can't remember the exact dates of her treatments,
Sure.
but
But let me ask to put up number 91, 89 through 89, I'm sorry. And at this point, was she having some difficulty with still performing tasks of daily living and some increased pain.
I think her grooming abilities were getting better, so managing her hair, bathroom, what we do in the bathroom, wiping, things like that, washing her hands, I think she was improving there
Okay.
by that time, by September.
Okay. Well, after that, she saw y'all, we see on the 23rd, and then on September 27th. Let's put up page 90 if we could. So on this date, she's complained of increased pain levels since her last treatment, and she's going for ketamine treatment after today's visit.
Okay.
See that?
Yes.
Before this visit, were you aware of her having any kind of relapse in her CRPS?
I can't remember.
Okay. But you can't remember that before this last visit that you saw her on, that she had a CRPS relapse in early September?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Is that the relapse she had before she went into the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember the circumstances of it or what caused it?
No, I wasn't there.
But you do recall, I suppose, the last time you saw her before she went in the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. And we see that she was having increased pain levels, and she was going for a ketamine treatment.
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you aware that she went to ketamine treatments on September 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th?
I mean, I guess all I knew was after today's visit.
Okay.
I didn't know her.
So you didn't know anything about any of that?
I didn't inquire about her daily schedule, no.
Okay. So you weren't aware of an emergency room visit on the 1st of October or the circumstances that led to her being admitted to All Children's on October 7th?
I mean, I can't remember at the time if I found out right then or if it was a few days later after she went to the ER, if I found out then.
But to be clear for everyone's benefit, as of the last time you saw this young lady on September 27th, 2016, before she went into the hospital, I'm talking about last time.
Okay.
As of that time, she was still in a wheelchair,
Yes.
and she still had a significant pain level, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about, if we could, when she came back on the 17th of January 2017. At that point, the initial evaluation was done by Mr. Dalton.
Yes, I think so,
And
yes.
he's a full-fledged physical therapist.
Yes.
He's your boss.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
He was at that time. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Not now, but he was then.
Yes. He
Right.
still feels like my boss.
Okay. Well, he was supervising what you did with Ms. Kowalski, correct?
Always, yes.
Okay. And at that time, when she came back on the 17th, she was still having pain level of 8, correct?
Correct.
And she was still wheelchair bound?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And she was still having difficulty with virtually all of her activities of daily living at that point?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you actually weigh her, or was she weighed?
I don't think I physically weighed her. If it was done on the initial evaluation, I think it would have been on one of the...
Did you folks at any point ever speak with her physical therapist at All Children's Hospital?
I did not speak with anybody at the hospital, no.
Did you at the time, or as far as you know, did anyone from Agility ever look at the records from All Children's from a physical therapy standpoint?
Alan, I'm not sure if Alan had or not.
Let's just kind of hit a couple of high points here. Can you put up, please, 172? I take that back. I'm sorry. Let's back up, if we could, to February 28th. It's 1:53. And just focusing on current complaints and gains, she was adjusting the size for a wheelchair, had a new wheelchair.
Yes.
And the note indicates that her father stated that she was doing a lot better and was scheduling an MRI of the spine. Correct?
Correct.
And when she, up to this point, was she getting any additional ketamine or pain medication?
As far as I can remember, no.
And after she came back to you from All Children, she never got any of that, did she?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So let's go to March 16th. Put up 172. And if you look at the history there, it relates that the patient is doing online school activities daily and swimming regularly. Correct?
Correct.
And she's pushing herself in her wheelchair. Correct?
Correct.
And the history,
Hold on a second, let's try and check.
The beeping.
There's a little beeper going off over there. Can you turn it off? I think it's off now. You can continue.
sorry, Honor. I think I better see.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. That's wrong.
I heard it.
And by this point, which is basically 2 months after you saw her again, correct?
Correct.
She's pushing her wheelchair as a form of physical activity and exercise?
Yes. Yes.
And she's, the father was telling you folks that he sees her using her legs more, and he feels her exerting pressure when he picks her up to maintain her hold, correct?
Correct.
And he's seeing her with her feet flat sometimes without her knowing,
Yes.
correct? That's making some progress, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go forward once again for another month or so, I'm losing my place here, I apologize. If we go to April 18th, and put up 204, we see in the history assessment that she's increasing her swimming, and her father reports that she's using her legs in the pool, getting stronger. Is that correct?
Correct.
And she's going out on the boat almost every weekend.
Yes, they would physically put her in there, but it would help her spirits to be out on the boat.
Okay. And this is 3 months after she came back to you folks.
Correct.
Okay. So once again, she is making progress.
Correct.
Okay. So if we go forward one more month to May of 2017, to Joint Exhibit 1028-240, there's an indication that she's swimming almost every day for several hours, or for hours at a time, right?
Yes.
And she's starting to scoot from place to place in their house to get around.
Yes.
And she's independently propelling her wheelchair for long distances.
Yes.
And she's able to do her own ADLs
Yes.
to some
I
degree
mean,
with that system.
yes, light ADLs, I would say.
Right. Grooming.
Yes.
So then we go forward another date, 7/6, which is 17 to 286. And by history, she's swimming in the ocean without issues, correct?
Correct. That was what was said to me.
And she's got a new bedroom set with a top bunk bed, and she's able to get up and down the ladder without help.
Yes, her upper body was extremely strong at this point. She could basically lift her up without using her legs at all. It was quite amazing.
Okay. And so, but she's also able to climb a ladder.
She would just kind of swing herself, just kind of use her arms and core and get up there on her own. She might use her knees
Okay.
instead of her feet.
But this is an advancement.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And once again, through this point, she's not getting any analgesia or ketamine.
No, I think she realized she was going to have to do this on her own. And
Okay. Now, if we go forward one more time to the last time you saw her, on August 22nd of 2017, page 334, she indicates she's back in school. Very tired from using crutches.
that was
at
when
school?
she went. Yeah, that's when I saw her, and I said maybe by Christmas we could start walking. And then when she went home and said, "I don't like what Rachel said," and she proved me wrong.
Okay.
And obviously, it was very, very taxing on her, because you go from using the chair every single minute of your life to not using it at all. You're going to be very fatigued.
And by that point, her father was telling you that she is no longer using the wheelchair.
Correct.
Okay. And you never saw her again after that?
No. I was glad not to. I was told her, "Get out of here, don't come back." Well, she had to come back for a discharge, but other than that, I just want to see her at school, at the grocery store. I don't want to see her in the clinic.
I have clients that feel that way about me, too. You've never seen her again since then as a patient. You were about her age, correct?
Oh, whose age?
Well, you were younger, and she was your only pediatric patient,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Have you had a chance to talk with Mr. Anderson before you appeared here today?
Her lawyer?
Yes.
Yes.
And you met with him about your testimony here today?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
We met by phone.
Yes. Oh, yeah, by phone, not in person.
I called you and told you were going to be a witness.
Yeah, that's it.
Much to your chagrin. The point is that when Maya went in, from everything you saw, all the exercises you saw, when Maya got out of Johns Hopkins care, was she worse off?
Yes, mentally, physically.
And although pain meds may not cure things, can you tell the jury whether it tends to increase the ability of a patient to do the work and makes quality of life more significant?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Yes. When we perform our activities and achieve pain, it makes us not want to do those things. So with some pain medication, your suffering isn't as great, and you can achieve your activities of daily living. You can perform some exercises that will help get you stronger, and eventually and hopefully kind of take place of the pain, because your muscle's stronger, and maybe you won't need the pain meds as much once you're at that point.
So doing it without pain meds means gutting it out?
Yeah, I'm unnecessarily so.
And I believe you testified before that from what you saw with Maya, her CRPS pain, the levels of it were periodic. Is that right? That the levels would differ depending on which day you were asking her.
Sustained.
What, if anything, did you notice about any variance in Maya's pain levels? Noting she always had pain, but
They would vary in intensity based on activity, based on maybe events the day before, currently, emotionally. I'm sure when we're upset, our pain becomes worse. And if she was doing something particularly taxing to her that previous day, she could be in more pain the following.
nothing further.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions? May this witness be excused.
As you may.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
Oh my gosh, I forgot to ask you.
Members of the jury, I think this is going to be a good time for a break. Let's try to keep it to 10 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. You'll see it. Can you come?
All rise, jurors exit.
Everyone, please be seated. The jury is out of our presence. Are there any issues that we need to address before we take our break? Anything, Mr. Anderson?
I don't believe so, Judge.
Okay, let's be back in about 10 minutes. there any issues we need to address?
No, that's not your honor.
Defense.
No, please wait.
How long do we anticipate this witness to go, since it's now 10:30 almost?
Direct examination should take approximately an hour, 20, maybe an hour and 30 minutes. I'll try to go through it as fast as I can. And then I don't know about direct. I would expect it to be approximately the same.
So it sounds like we'll probably take lunch at the conclusion of direct examination before cross-examination.
Correct. And then we have, if we want to bring them back after lunch, we have now, the court's been hardworking and got us back. We have 5 depositions, I believe, that we can play. I certainly wouldn't put them through that, but we could probably use to have the afternoon as the court had planned.
I'm uncertain. Are you saying you just want to do Dr. Chopra today, which is what we talked about yesterday?
Yes, sir. I was just giving you the options.
I'm fine. That's what I assumed we were doing based on our conversation yesterday.
That's what we understood the schedule to be.
Yeah. Okay. And on break, the court deputy did say that the jury has asked that if we could tell them whenever we're going to have like days off.
Oh.
So my thought is I will tell them, we should be able to tell them tomorrow what next week's going to look like.
Okay. I would anticipate, despite our best efforts, that we will finish slightly early, maybe 4, somewhere between 3:30 and 4:30. It just depends on length of cross-examination.
Today?
No, tomorrow.
Okay.
Friday. So I'm sure they won't be upset getting out a little early on Friday afternoon.
Do we know who we're calling tomorrow?
Well, it's a number of them. We're still waiting for confirmation on a couple of them. Give me a couple and we know.
Spiegel and Barr.
Oh, Dr. Spiegel, Dr. Barr, you're going to want to know about those. Yeah, Dr. Spiegel and Dr. Barr tomorrow. And
Are they confirmed already, or are you waiting?
Yes, they're confirmed. But our lay witnesses, we're juggling. But we may know something by the end of the day.
So I thought at lunchtime will we know more? Okay.
We're doing our best.
Okay. Anything else?
Not before this witness.
Bring in the jury. Please be seated, everybody. Members of the jury, I want to confirm that while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation, you received no information. Is that all correct?
Correct.
Again, I'm going to be asking you these additional questions as well. Have you been approached by anyone about this case since the last time we talked? And have you seen any media coverage concerning this case since the last time we talked? Okay. Mr. Anderson, your next witness, please.
I'll call Dr. Chopra, Pradeep Chopra.
and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. We're gonna come this way. You can see it in the witness stand there. Sure.
Welcome, doctor.
One moment, Your Honor. I want to make sure I've got an exhibit. Correct.
You're welcome to have a seat if you wish.
Please state your name for the record. I apologize. Please state your name for the record.
Pradeep, Pradeep, Chopra, Chopra.
And have you been asked to testify here as to the condition of Maya Kowalski when you examined her in 2017?
Yes.
So I'd like to give the jury the benefit of some of your background, training, and experience. The first thing I'd like to start with, if we could, is your schooling. If you can tell the jury a little bit about that. First, what kind of doctor are you?
I'm supposed to be a pain medicine doctor, but I take care of medically complex patients, mostly with pain.
Okay. And where did you go to school, starting with college?
My medical school was at the Harvard Medical School. I did my basic training over there, and I did my residency in anesthesia and critical care, and then I did my fellowship in pain medicine.
And was this all at Harvard?
This is all at Harvard, yes.
How many years did you spend at Harvard Medical School and the Harvard Medical Center?
6 brutal years.
And do you often speak on the issues of CRPS and chronic pain?
I do.
Have you prepared different TED Talks or the same type on these issues, CRPS and chronic pain?
No, I haven't done a TED Talk, but oftentimes different organizations, various organizations invite me to give a talk. It's mostly to patients, and sometimes hospitals will invite me to give a talk to their physicians on CRPS.
I know that you have won several. Well, first, tell us a little bit about your family. You're married?
Yes, I am.
And you have how many children?
I have a child.
And I understand one of them has some challenges?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's predicate for his ability to...
I have a son, and he's a special needs child.
And so are you familiar with the challenges to parents for special needs children?
Yes, I'm very familiar with that.
I understand that you have won several awards over the course of your career for humanitarianism involved in medicine. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes. There's a bunch of awards that I've won, actually.
Okay.
But for the humanitarian award, it's called the Compassionate Care Award. This award is only given to one physician in a year out of the entire country, and it's a very rigorous selection process, and they look at the patient if the physician is compassionate, has empathy, and many other things.
How long have you been in practice?
I started practice in 2000.
Okay. And are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
And what are you board certified in?
In anesthesia and critical care, and in pain medicine.
And do you have experience in pediatrics of any of these areas?
I do.
Tell the jury a little bit about your experience with pediatric pain management.
So of the 6 years that I spent in Harvard, about a year of that was spent at Boston Children's, where I practiced anesthesia, critical care, as well as pain medicine.
And so you had the opportunity at that time to see pediatric patients with with pain, chronic pain issues?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what do you do now? Are you teaching now?
I do. Well, I run the Center for Complex Conditions, which means I see mostly very, very medically complex cases, both adults and children. And I also teach at the Brown Medical School.
And Brown University is an Ivy League school?
It is an Ivy League school, yes.
And what do you teach there?
Same thing. I teach my students how to, I tell them that you're going to learn medicine all your life, but you need to learn how to be able to examine a patient, how to be empathetic to a patient, how to listen to them, how to understand what they're trying to say, and that's my job. That's what I try to teach them.
So you're a professor at an Ivy League school. Can you tell the jury the importance of a physician gaining the trust of the patient in terms of care and treatment?
Well, gaining the trust of a patient is to be able to, number one, the most important thing is listen to the patient. Take the time to listen to what they're trying to say. And once you listen to them, then you can, ask them some questions, get to know them better, even get to know their families, and then do a full physical examination, not just a partial examination, and then sit down with them and come up with real expectations. What are the real expectations? What to really expect, and what your plan is to help them. Now,
tell the jury a little bit about how you got involved in the examination and rendering opinions about Maya Kowalski.
I was back in whenever she came, I can't remember the year.
2017.
2017, I received a call from the court. And I can't remember whether it was the judge himself or somebody else from the court. And I was told that they needed me to examine a patient and give an opinion on that.
And, do you know how or who recommended you to perform this examination?
I honestly don't know who recommended that because I wasn't really paying attention on that.
Okay. It could have been Diana Kowalski, it could have been one of the physicians involved, could have been any of the parties involved.
No, it wasn't anybody from the Kowalski family. It was not a physician. I know it was somebody had to do with the legal system. It might have been her attorney at that time, or it could be somebody from the court.
I see. And so, what steps did you take then? And ultimately, did you prepare a report, which the record reflects is in evidence at 2005-001 through 2005-021. May I approach to have the doctor identify?
You may.
And is this the report you ultimately prepared?
Yes.
Now,
this is the report.
Okay, you can. We'll get it back in a moment. Now, so you weren't a formal, what's known as a CME or IME, but you understood that you were supposed to render a fully independent opinion?
Yes. So this call that I got from the court in Florida I was tasked with one job, and the job was to give my opinion about what was going on with Maya. And that was it. I was not going to be the treating physician. I was not going to take over the care, just give an opinion. End of it.
Got it. I forgot, you have some additional degrees. What is a MBBS?
MBBS is, so before you come to the US, you have to be a physician back in India. So I'm from India.
Right.
And you get a degree, it's called MBBS. It's a British degree.
Right.
And then you do your MD and all that again. So I went to med school twice.
Okay. And what's a DA? Is that similar?
A DA is a kind of it's a diploma in anesthesia. It's like a mini training in anesthesia for a year.
And then MD and then MHCM. What is that?
That was from the Harvard School of Public Health. That was on Masters in Healthcare Management.
All right. And so have you worked in both hospitals and in private, seeing patients clinically?
Yes, I have worked in quite a lot of hospitals. Now I don't work in a hospital. Now I work in my own office.
Okay. Now, tell me what you first did. Tell the jury, rather, what you first did in your job, as you saw it, to survey this course of treatment, and then subsequently, I suppose, examine Maya. Tell them how you went about it.
Right. So, they sent me a boatload of documents. Scary. That was scary. That was like documents like 5,000 pages. And but I don't review documents before the patient comes in. I need to make my own opinion first.
Why is that important?
It's important because I don't want my my thinking to be biased by reading other people's reports.
Is there a problem in medicine with a diagnosis taking on a life of its own, otherwise known as a narrative?
Yes, it's a major problem. What happens is that one physician, maybe depending on his competency, incompetency, makes a diagnosis without any basis, and then that gets populated into the medical records, and then it's just, after that, it's just passed on forever because no one wants to change that.
And so it takes quite a bit of gumption, for lack of a better term, to step in and change the narrative.
Objection to the leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What, if any, effort does it take to change the narrative?
It's almost impossible. I've had a few patients who have tried to do that, and it's extremely difficult.
But does that mean a doctor should just blindly follow a narrative, or should they give it an independent view, excluding a narrative?
So if it's a major diagnosis, and it affects, so if I'm seeing a patient, and let's say that I'm seeing the patient for pain in their left knee, and they also have asthma, I'm not going to worry too much about the asthma part. I might say, hey, do you have asthma? And they'll say, yes, I do. But I'm not going to go into great depths with it. My focus would be more on the knee part then.
So you saw Maya first before you reviewed all those records?
Yes, I tend to, the way I work is, I don't like to be biased, so I see the patient first, make my opinion, and then I go back and look at the medical records in detail, and then figure out where we are with it.
So I want to deviate a little bit from going through your findings, and I first want you to help us understand CRPS as you know it. Have you treated CRPS patients?
Oh yes, I have a lot.
Okay. Can you give the jury an idea of how many per year?
I actually did that calculation for this. Yes. So approximately 5 patients a week for 20 years, and the math came out to be about 125,000 patients in the last 20 years with CRPS.
My goodness. And have you yourself participated in any studies or surveys?
No, I haven't. You mean done research on it?
Yeah, or cooperated in providing patients for clinical evaluation, things like that?
No, I don't want to. I don't like to send my patients for clinical. They're already in so much pain and they're already suffering, and I don't do that.
Understood. So tell us now the signs and symptoms of CRPS that they can understand as we go through this and show photos that they should look for here.
CRPS is one of the few pain conditions that you can literally see. I mean, if I say I have a headache, you can't see the headache. If I say I have knee pain, you can't see that. But CRPS is one of the conditions you can actually see. And the diagnosis of CRPS is based on very clear rules and regulations. There's a whole checkbox, and you have to check certain boxes. And when you check a certain number of boxes, then you come to the conclusion that the patient has CRPS. So, for example,
no, please. I'm asking you to go through if it's okay.
Right. For example, obviously the first one is that the patient has severe excruciating pain and there is no other explanation to it. Nothing else explains it. That's the number one. Number two, the rest are kind of optional, and you have to pick and choose which ones you see. So one of them is there a temperature difference? So if I have CRPS in the left leg, and so the temperature in my left leg might be hotter or colder as compared to the right leg. The next thing is you look at color change. Oftentimes the affected side is either dark red in color, even blue in color as compared to the right side. You look for swelling. In the initial phases, swelling is pretty obvious. Later on, you don't see it as much. So you look for swelling in these patients. You look for skin changes. The skin may sometimes become thin and shiny, or they may develop small, tiny lesions, almost like blisters that are painful. They can develop that. They even develop hair changes. Some patients actually grow more hair, and some patients have less hair. It can be in the same side or on the opposite side. You can see nail changes. Their nails start to kind of break off. They get brittle nails.
And what about asymmetry in muscle groups from right to left? Is that an indication?
I was getting to that.
So
the last one is muscle symptoms. So do they have what's called dystonia? Dystonia is a terrible condition. So I'm going to show you. If I had dystonia in my left hand, it would be like a tight muscle, like the arm is taking a life of its own and it's cramping up. Or they may have tremor. So they may not have tremor when you don't do anything, but if you say touch them and then they start to have a tremor, they may have muscle weakness, they have muscle atrophy, the muscle starts to shrink. So there are many muscle symptoms that these patients can have.
I want to, if you could, and I think I wanted you to explain what really happens in CRPS, the central. I want you to explain what we know so far about CRPS, how it starts. Yes.
I just have one other clarification on
Go
CRPS.
ahead, please.
When I say that these patients have pain, we're talking about the world's worst pain. I mean, this pain is worse than amputation pain. This pain is worse than childbirth pain. The gentlemen on the jury won't understand that, I'm sure. This pain is so bad, so bad. The worst part about this pain is that, if I stub my toe it looks like the world is going to come to an end. Okay, but I know that this is going to go away in a few minutes. But CRPS pain does not go away. It's there 24 hours, 7 days of the week, and it just stays on and on and on. And the worst part is that there's no known treatment to this. We try all sorts of things. Some work, some don't work. But this is such a this is often known as a suicide condition, because these patients, the pain is so bad, they can't sleep, they can't eat, they can't work. Their families don't believe them, because you don't think like somebody. The general impression is, oh, you have pain, take a Tylenol and it'll get better. This is not Tylenol pain. This is your hand in a hot stove. That's exactly what they described as. In fact, patients describe it as if their hand is inside a hot fire stove, and and they can't take it out. That's the thing. So I just want to clarify that this is, when I say pain, it's not a small itty bitty pain in the joints.
And what is the McGill pain scale?
The McGill University in Canada decided to see, like, okay, where do pain conditions stand? So they interviewed a bunch of people, and they said, all right, where in this scale would you put your pain? Like pain from labor or pain from amputation of a digit. And so they drew a scale, and that scale, CRPS was CRPS was way above anybody else. It was way above amputation pain, cancer pain, or even labor pain.
With your permission, Your Honor, I'd like to publish a photo of the McGill pain scale. Can you bring it up? The jury can see. Ta-da!
So
Miracles of technology.
what I'm seeing is what the jury is seeing?
Yeah, the jury sees that.
Okay, so if you go from the bottom, you can see, tension, headaches, sprain, and so on. As you go up, then you see non-terminal cancer, chronic back pain, and as you keep going up, prepared childbirth is number 32, and then you keep going up, and then you come to amputation of a digit is 39, and then so forth, and then finally CRPS, often it was originally known as RSD, is rated as 46. So on a scale of 50, 0 to 50, CRPS is 46. Nothing is higher than that. It's such a terrible pain.
Now with this, can you tell us from your experience whether any of your patients have had, not parents, patients, but any of your patients have had difficulties going through a number of doctors before they're diagnosed?
Yes. So unfortunately, most doctors don't know about CRPS. They may have read about it and they must have blown it off as being an extremely rare condition. I don't need to bother with it. I'll probably never see it. But unfortunately, it is a very common condition. And they miss the diagnosis. They think it's an arthritic pain, or they think it's some sort of a muscle pain, and they get prescribed some of these itty-bitty pain medicines. And it was not an official study, but it was a very unofficial kind of an anecdotal article in a journal. And they said the average...
Hold on, Doc.
What's the legal basis? Sustained.
Well, just tell us without going into the details of any study, just tell us what the latest finding is.
Same objection, Your Honor.
What do you understand the latest, the standard, the knowledge of CRPS is, as you were about to relate?
You mean how many patients develop CRPS?
Well, that'd be interesting.
Okay, so, essentially patients go through a lot of physicians before somebody will say, you know what, I think this is CRPS, you should go and see the pain physician, and they might be able to better diagnose it.
Have you seen or is it, the better question is it prevalent or not prevalent that when doctors cannot figure out this disease, they assign a somatic basis or a psychological basis?
Okay, so this is an interesting phenomenon. There is a difference between young women, especially, versus adults. Usually, young women, and CRPS is, by the way, very much more common in women than in men. When they present with it, it is often stamped as being psychological or anxiety or making it up or some sort of a psychiatric diagnosis. Like you really don't have pain, you're just seeking attention. In adults, it's a whole different situation. In adults, it is taken much more seriously. You know, they are offered different treatments and different specialists who can then look at it more carefully. And that's the big.
Go ahead.
That's the big difference between younger patients and adults.
And so what is the effect on these children, younger patients, for having their pain denied by physicians repeatedly?
Well, put yourself in their shoes. Let's say you're a 12-year-old girl who develops this CRPS in her left leg from doing, acrobatics or something, or rollerblading or something. And then now you have this severe pain, and obviously the first thing your parents are going to do is, put something on it, give you some Motrin, Aleve and all that. Doesn't go away. And now it's becoming excruciating, and it's becoming red, hot, swollen, and you can't even wear clothes. So then your parents take you to the doctor, and then the doctor, again, has no clue what's going on, not sure what's going on. Eventually go from doctor to doctor because they go to an orthopedic, the orthopedic sends them to a neurosurgeon, the neurosurgeon sends them to a physiatrist, and it continues the cycle, and eventually they'll get to one person, and that one person will say, I know this condition, it's CRPS, and then they go on to, getting the treatment that they need.
So now once, what I'd like to go through now, if we could, and for this, I don't think council has an objection to the actual the pictures. That was not part of your objection. The glial cell picture.
No objection to the
All right. So on this, let's go to 12 if we can. Now, coming up here is something I think you provided for us to. It's an incredibly sophisticated artistry, but
that it should be in the Smithsonian. I can tell you that. Are you seeing it?
Yeah, just a second. He's getting it. I tend to jump around a lot, and so.
Right. I apologize, but that's my drawing. Okay. But that's how I think. Okay. When you have only one brain cell, that's how you think. So this. So I just want to, before we get into this picture, I just want to explain to you what happens in CRPS. Like, okay, we got this pain, but what is going on? So the brain is not a bunch of nerves. So if you cut open, well, my brain you'll see only one, but if you open Attorney Whitney's brain, you'll see a ton of nerves in there. But that's not what. It's only 20% of your brain is made up of nerve fibers. The electrical wires in your brain are only 20%. The rest of it is packing material. And that packing material is known as glia, which means glue. So in the old days, the thinking was that, there are these nerve wires in the brain, and to support it, you would put some packing material in there. And that was the idea, that there was glial cells, and they had no other function. But now we know that they have a lot more function. And besides CRPS, they're also implicated in Alzheimer's disease and dementia and other conditions. But in any case,
let's show the next one.
Well,
The 13 here. Another beautiful sketch you've done for us.
so what happens is, this one I need to explain. If I take a pen and I stick it in my finger, a signal goes up into my brain, up my arm, into my spinal cord, into my brain. And my brain then reads it as pain. And I yell out, pull the pen out, I rub it, it feels better. Everybody goes back to their business. But if I take a pen and I keep sticking it into my finger again and again and again and again for 24 hours a day, then there's a barrage of pain signals that are going to my brain, and there's a barrage of pain signals coming down. This traffic of pain signals activates the glial cells. These glial cells get upset, they get angry. And when they get angry, we can
Yeah, let's show
go to the
14.
next slide. When they get angry, they release chemicals. These are called chemical inflammatory mediators, which means that they produce chemicals that cause the nerves. Because remember, these glial cells are around the nerves. These glial cells then, when they get angry or when they get inflamed, they then release chemicals that cause the nerves to get inflamed.
Let's go with 15. Okay.
So now the nerve is inflamed. And this is the basic mechanism by which a lot of chronic pain can be explained, but this is the basic mechanism behind which CRPS is explained. So what I'm trying to say is that CRPS pain, so if I have CRPS in my left leg, it doesn't live in my left leg, it lives in my brain. So you could essentially cut my left leg off, I would still feel the pain because the glial cells in my brain are still activated. Eventually, if you cut off my leg, eventually the glial cells are going to say, oh, we're getting no more signals, and then they calm down, but that's a different story. So the treatment for these glial cells to calm down is, all treatments that we do are to make these glial cells calm down, so that they're not as angry.
Do we know why the glial cells get angry yet?
We're not 100% sure why they get inflamed, but one of the theories is pain that comes on from CRPS. The repetitive pain signals going to the brain cause these glial cells to get inflamed.
And can this process, the CRPS, glial cell aggravation, start in some patients from an emotional event?
So once these glial cells are inflamed and you're in the process of treating them and they're starting to calm down, like not all of them calm down at the same time. Some calm down and some don't, and say 20% will calm down first. But if there's a triggering event like, let's say, emotional stress or physical stress, then these glial cells go back to getting inflamed again.
And so does that happen every time, or is that, again, kind of a hit or miss on whether it's going to happen?
That's a difficult question to answer because there's a lot we don't know why this is happening. So it's, depending on the stress, okay, I have an exam coming up, the glial cells are probably not going to get activated. But if somebody came and punched me in the nose, then I guess the glial cells would get activated.
And through the course of this, and we'll get back to the examination in a moment, but through the course of this, have you had the opportunity to review the Johns Hopkins records pertinent to this case?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury in terms of this, some of the cells being activated, some of the cells being not, the problem with interrupting a treatment process?
So I have to go, in order for me to explain that, I have to go a bit outside the John Hopkins treatment paradigm.
Go ahead.
So, in this case, she was getting her treatments, okay? She was seeing doctors, the doctors were giving her drugs, and she was starting to, there's a whole algorithm. It's not just simply giving ketamine or some one drug and magically everything disappears. So she was slowly starting to get better and much more active. And then what happened was at the John Hopkins, all of this was suddenly stopped. And when it stopped midway. It stopped at a point where she was improving, everything was stopped, and the glial activation came back, her pain came back, and plus the stress, the emotional and the physical stress. Remember, one of the things I told you about CRPS was that this is pain to touch. So it's not as simple. Even the slightest touch causes pain. But the problem is that if I have CRPS in this hand, and if I touch it lightly, the whole hand hurts. And it continues to hurt for weeks. And what was happening at the hospital was everybody walking by would touch her. I'm not sure why, to test her, to examine her, for whatever reason. Various people would touch her again and again at different places. And each time they did that, it was triggering the pain again. And remember the barrage of pain signals going up to the brain that would cause the glial cells to get inflamed? That would keep repeating again and again.
Is that one of the reasons why well, let me ask you, do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience, and from your examination of Maya and your review of the records in this case, as to whether the treatment she received at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in October, November, December of 2016, and then into January of 2017, whether that permanently aggravated Maya's CRPS?
Is that the time when she was sequestered in the hospital?
Correct.
Yes, that did.
And that what you just explained, is that the reason why the glial cells had not fully gone back to normal at the time it was interrupted?
Right. So
Objection, Your Honor, I would like to approach this.
Approach, please. objection. Mr. Anderson, you might need to re-ask the question for the doctor.
You didn't remember every single word of that? All right. Do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience, and to a reasonable medical probability, based on your review of the records, which we'll get into in a moment, and your examination of Maya Kowalski, as to whether the interruption of her treatment process at Johns Hopkins aggravated this process and thus her CRPS?
Yes, without a question.
And can you tell the jury whether, I need to lay a predicate, are you aware of the psychological symptoms that Maya Kowalski suffered from at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I mean, I don't remember them off the top of my head, but I do remember reading about them.
Okay.
But it's not surprising if a 10-year-old girl with severe excruciating body-wide pain is segregated from her parents would develop psychological issues.
And again, can an emotional situation like that trigger aggravation of CRPS in the future?
Object to the same objection, Your Honor, and I'm happy to crunch again if you
I'm
want.
going to overrule that question.
Just to protect the record regarding future carrier review.
I understand. I'm overruling the objection.
So, yes, like I said, the brain is a very intricate structure, and it's not simply saying that, okay, it's dealing with pain, structural pain from the leg. It's more than that. It's connected to many other emotional things. Pain and emotion go much together, hand in hand. And so, if your emotion, you're in this world's worst excruciating pain, and imagine you're a 10-year, you have a child that's 10 years old, has this world's excruciating pain, is now separated from you, put into a hospital that you cannot go and see, or even your family cannot see. The child is going to go through a lot of emotional stress, and that itself would trigger her pain. Well, for one, it was interrupted. For second, the emotional stress of having not exactly very friendly people come in every time, and people who weren't listening to her, people who were not paying attention to her pain, people who were not treating her pain, was stressing her out, and that was causing a lot of her pain to flare up.
The answer stands.
Let's get back to your examination now. And
Okay.
I believe with the court's permission, you may refer to the document and evidence, your report. Explain to the jury the results of your physical examination. And first, was this down here or was this up at Brown University or the Pain Center? Rhode Island.
This was in Rhode Island.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
All right. And
The smallest state with the longest name. It's Rhode Island and Providence Plantations.
So, all right. So, who arrived there at your offices?
This was back in January of 2017, and Jack, her father, was there, and I believe her little brother was there. He was there too, and that's it.
Okay, because Beata had already
passed.
And so tell the jury the results of your examination. What did you do and what did you find?
All right, so the whole exam took 5 hours and 22 minutes. Get ready for the 5 hours and 22 minutes of court time. I'm going to shorten that down. The first thing I did was I took a history. I asked her what was going on, and what was the problem and all that stuff. And then I started to examine her, and that's standard for any medicine. First, take a history and what treatments have been tried, what worked, what didn't work, and all that stuff. Then I did an exam directed towards her painful areas. And she described kind of a diffuse body-wide pain. And she reported pain to soft touch. And that's a classical symptom of CRPS. Soft touch meaning it's just the softest of touch causes a severe excruciating pain. Both her feet were internally rotated. So both the feet were turned in like that. And it was a constant pain that never goes down to 0 or 10. Okay, I'm going to continue. So
Please do. I'm just trying to find a next exhibit.
okay, so it's a constant pain. It never goes down to 0. That's another feature of CRPS we always ask is, does this pain ever go down to 0? And they'll always tell you no. In fact, their pain is always 10 out of 10. On a good day, on a very good, rare day, it will be 9 or 10. That's how severe this pain is. And then I asked her if it spontaneously shoots up. You're just watching TV, you're doing nothing, and it shoots up. And she said, yes, it does. The pain increases with any physical therapy whenever someone touches her leg, that is. She did notice, I'm sorry, I'm reading her history. You want my exam?
I wanted to show the jury photo 2529-061 in evidence. It's a photo of Maya Kowalski. I'll just show you. Dated November 19th, 2015. Go ahead. May we show it? Display it?
Is it in evidence?
It is in evidence.
Yes.
All right. Now, I'll represent to you the record shows that at that date, Maya was undergoing her procedure in Mexico and that she was under general anesthetic. Why is that important in light of the allegations made by Johns Hopkins that she was faking her feet
Objection,
being
Your
turned?
Honor. Move to strike.
What, if anything, is significant about her feet being turned in while she's under general anesthetic?
So, your feet get turned in because the muscles that control your feet are in a spasm. That's what happens. And you know, if someone is quote unquote faking it, then they wouldn't be doing it if they were under general anesthesia, because now they're not awake, they're asleep, and her muscles were still contracting.
So she had no control over it and they were still contracted?
That's correct.
And that tells you what about it in terms of it being voluntary or involuntary?
It's completely involuntary.
Okay. Please continue on with your examination.
Okay, so I apologize. My first part was not the exam. The exam part was, so she had diffuse pain to touch to both legs, and as well as the upper extremities. On the legs, the pain to touch extended from the front of her thigh to the side of the thigh and to the back of the thigh. So basically all around the thigh, extending over the knees. So even her knees had pain to touch, and then it went down to her lower legs, below the knees, up to the top of the feet. Then she had pain to touch to the front of the left shoulder, above the collarbone and below the collarbone, side of the shoulder, going down the arm, into the forearm, up to the hands, but she didn't have it in the hands.
Is that significant?
She didn't have pain to touch in her hands, but up to the wrist she had it. Then I checked her temperature. So I used one of those laser thingies, and I checked her temperature. The temperature to the left thigh, the left front of the thigh, was 87 degrees, and the right was 89 degrees. So there was a difference of 2 degrees.
Is that important? That's significant, that amount of temperature change?
Yes, according to the criteria, which is known as the Budapest criteria, a 1 degree difference is considered significant. Then I measured the temperature of the upper leg of the left leg below the knee, and that was 82 degrees, and on the right it was 83 degrees, a difference of 1 degree. The temperature to the left arm, so this is called the arm, it was, I didn't mean to, what I meant was that in medical terminology, this part is called arm, this is called forearm. In lay terms, of course, we call that the whole arm. But the upper arm was 92 degrees, and on the right side it was 99 degrees. There's a whole 7 degrees difference. Left forearm was 92 degrees, right forearm was also 99 degrees. And this was all done without touching her. Because when you touch them, then they have pain, and then you don't get the right readings. So to be sure that she was, if someone is faking it, let's put it like that. Let's just say someone is pretending or faking it, and they say like, I have weakness in my leg. What we do is we measure the circumference of that leg or the arm, and see if the muscle has atrophied or the muscle has shrunk. So I took a tape and I measured her left thigh, and it was 11 inches. And the right thigh was 12 inches. So there's a whole 1 inch difference between her left thigh and her right thigh. I measured the left lower leg, and it was 8 inches. Whereas the right lower leg was 9 inches, so a 1 inch difference. The color change between the two sides was not very obvious. It was mild, it wasn't like glaring. And that color change happens when they're in an acute flare-up. So if I had touched her and I had aggravated her pain, the color change becomes more obvious, which I had not done, obviously.
Let me show you a photo. See if I've got it here, of Maya. Yes, here it is. The knee. And do we have the ones? Can you find the ones with the hand? Her hand was up. Okay, I'll find it. This is in evidence as trial exhibit 2604-021, and the date of this is January 6th, 2017. Still at Johns Hopkins. May I approach you, Honor?
You may.
Or actually, can we just put this up? I keep forgetting I'm old school. Okay. What's significant about the knees here?
So see, you can see how her knees are different colored. In fact, the left knee is a little darker than the right, but they're pretty much the same. And this is a kind of a significant change, but if you aggravate the pain, this change becomes far more significant, far more prominent.
Talk to us about lesions.
Well, let me just finish my exam and then I can go on to the lesions.
I apologize, doctor. Sorry.
And both her feet, as you all saw, both her feet were internally rotated. Now, I wanted to see...
Oh, I found it. Sorry. It's 2604-014. Sorry, doctor. I keep interrupting you. I know.
There's
Direct
gonna
you to
be
the hands here.
$1 charge for every time you interrupt me. So the legs were in... Time to make some money, right? So her legs were internally rotated, okay? And I looked at why they were internally rotated. I tried to straighten them out. They straightened them out, and then they rotated back in, and I could feel the muscles were in a tight spasm.
This is another photograph from this day, which we will discuss later, of Maya being photographed. What, if any, significance is there to the hand?
You can see that how her hands turned dark red in color. It would have been nice if he had both hands, but you can see.
I'm looking for it. I'll do my best. And I'll represent to you it was on both once I can find it.
There's $1 for him interrupting me again. She did have skin lesions. Now, in CRPS, one of the things they have, I told you skin changes, right? One of the things they have is they have these, it could be anything from a small dot to a big balloon-like blister to a long line skin lesions. And the difference between this CRPS skin lesion and any other skin lesion is that this skin lesion is not itchy. The CRPS skin lesion does not itch, but it is excruciatingly painful. If you have a skin lesion from something else, like you bumped your leg against something or whatever, that would be more itchy, but not as painful. The one from the CRPS skin lesions are not itchy, but very painful.
All right. So, and these lesions can appear different parts of the body.
Yes, they can appear anywhere. They don't have to be on the affected area.
Is one of the significant things here about them that it takes quite a while to heal?
Yeah. So these skin lesions were a mystery to all of us in the medical world. Like, what's going on here? We didn't know what was going on. So they actually from some of the patients who had big blisters, they actually took some fluid out of there and they examined it, and it turned out to be that there was inflammatory fluid there. And so we knew that this was part of the inflammation from CRPS.
Let me show you, and with the court's permission, they are in evidence. Trial Exhibit 2571-030 and 2571-053. And I'll represent to you that one is a picture of Maya's forehead and hands on Christmas Eve, 2016, December 24th. And the other one of just her forehead is on January 5th, 2017. And if my math is correct, that's a difference of what, 11 days? 12 days.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the picture on the left side, which she's holding up her hands, that little dot there on both her hands, the one on the forehead, these are classical CRPS lesions, and these are extremely. So she has pain in the arm. We know that. That's the CRPS pain, but the lesion that she has is extra painful. And she has one on the forehead, and then she has one on each hand.
Let me show you then one from even now. So does it appear to you, doctor, that this lesion had lasted for 10 days, this one on the forehead, based on the different dates of the photographs?
That it doesn't, you can't make a decision whether that's a CRPS lesion because it lasted 10 days. You can't.
But do they heal up magically in 10 days, or do they, if something stays, is it indicative that it is a CRPS lesion?
It does stay for a long time, but we don't know.
How long?
I don't have a number for that.
Okay. And I'll ask you to take a look at one earlier on the, I think it's the knee, and it's 2571-001, dated October 1st, 2016. I believe there's two of those, one healing and the other one, why the difference here?
Right. So obviously everyone can see that big line there, but right next to that line you'll see another lightish spot. That's right. That spot is a healing CRPS lesion, and this one it started at the part where the skin is broken. I'm talking about the long one. It started where it broke, where the skin broke, and then it kind of continued. And this is not a continuous line. It's a series of blisters, and they've all connected to each other to form a line. But you can see little bumps everywhere. It's not like a scratched line. It's more like little blisters all in a line.
Okay. Let's return to your examination. I promise I will not interrupt you if you'll let me know when you're done.
I've already made a few dollars. Made $3 so far. Okay. Actually, that was my examination. That's.
Ta-da.
But I did see skin lesions, and so she had multiple skin lesions, and they were. And I asked her, were they itchy? And she said, no, they weren't itchy. I asked her permission if I could touch one of them, and she said, please don't touch too hard. And then okay, fine. I just touched it very lightly, and it was painful. And the question that I had for her was, is this your usual CRPS pain, or is this particularly a much more severe pain? And she said, yes. The lesion itself was much more severely painful.
All right. So, do you have an opinion based upon your background training and experience into a reasonable medical probability as to whether Maya Kowalski, over this period of time, had, and I'm talking about October, November, December of 2016, January 2017 when you saw her, do you have an opinion as to whether she had CRPS?
Yes. So my diagnosis at that point was complex regional pain syndrome, that's CRPS, type 1, to both upper and lower extremities.
Okay. So then, having done the examination, did you review this tall stack of medical records?
Yes, I did. Starting from, I believe, 2010. And I went all the way to it's like 3 weekends. Approximately 2017.
Right.
So 7 years of records.
And since 2017, have you, although I don't believe you've been able to formally examine Maya Kowalski, is that right? Or since 2017?
No, I haven't seen Maya Kowalski since that day.
Okay. Have you kept up with her informally, though, as to her condition, how she's doing?
No, not really.
All right. So let me ask you to assume, for the purposes of this question, that Maya Kowalski has continued to have relapses, one in November of 2020, and the evidence will show that she has small relapses from time to time. Let me ask you to assume that, and that she is now some 17 years old. Do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience into a reasonable medical probability, and based on those assumptions, as to whether Maya's aggravation is a permanent condition?
Objection, same objection, Your Honor.
I'm just asking for permanency on a hypothetical.
I think we need to approach on that one.
to a reasonable medical certainty, is CRPS a permanent condition?
Yes, in almost most cases. When I say that, I mean almost 90% of cases, it is a permanent condition.
And in your clinical experience, are patients who have had this type of aggravation where the glial cell recovery has been interrupted, does that increase the likelihood that the condition will be permanent?
Same objection.
Overruled on that one.
So, it's like any other wound. The wound, I have let's say I have a nasty wound on my hand and it eventually heals and closes up. But then if while it's closing up, while it's healing up, I go and, hit it again. It opens up, the whole process again starts to heal up, and then I hit it again, and then it starts to, and that's exactly what happens in CRPS is if you repeatedly aggravate the pain, whichever way, physically or mentally, if you aggravate the pain, the brain changes that happen go back to the same thing. The cells getting inflamed and the nerves getting inflamed goes back to it.
All right. Do you have an opinion based upon your background training and experience into a reasonable medical probability from your review of this case as to whether those physicians at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in October of 2016 deviated from the accepted standard of care by failing to diagnose and subsequently then questioning whether Maya Kowalski had CRPS?
Objection, and just a very brief approach on this, Your Honor.
There's an order on that.
I'm going to overrule the objection, no need to approach.
Okay.
You can testify. Go
I
ahead.
can?
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened is, you have to imagine this thing. This is not something that's written and you just read it. Okay, you have to imagine what's happening. Here you have a 10-year-old girl who has this horrible, excruciating, body-wide burning pain. She's got these skin lesions, and which is a big deal for a 10-year-old girl. And now you're also isolated from your loved ones, and you have people coming and seeing you every day, all day long. People who are not friendly.
Your Honor, this is non-responsive to the question. I object.
I think it's a predicate.
Overruled. You can continue your answer.
These people are they're not there to help her. They're not trying to help her. They're trying to actually question that if she really has been. And, they're touching her again and again and again. They're putting her into physical therapy, which she's trying. It's not like she did not try it. She did try physical therapy. She did what they said. She was not improving at all. And this, I really think, is what aggravated her condition.
And so was that a yes? They breached the duty of reasonable care and deviated from the accepted standard of care?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. And we actually have a short video we previously discussed at 2703-D from October 20th, 2016. Judge, may I publish this? It's short. It's,
You may.
I don't know, it's only about 30 seconds. Not even that.
Is there some?
And after it's over, Doctor, I'm going to ask you to point out here the significance of the body movements.
Just a moment.
Approach on this.
Approach.
I'll take you off the firing line there. Okay. We're going to come back as soon as the technicals get that rolling. All right. So let's talk a little bit about ketamine. In your practice, have you familiarized yourself with the use of ketamine as a treatment for CRPS?
Yes, I'm very familiar with the use of ketamine for the last 30 years because this is something that we use in the operating room, in the intensive care unit, emergency rooms. We use it on the field.
Can you tell us some instances, by way of foundation predicate here, of instances where you have made a decision to use ketamine as the drug of choice, and any emergency situations that can perhaps explain to the jury the safety of the drug?
Ketamine is probably one of the most safe, I'm sorry, wrong English. It's probably the safest drug that you can use under any circumstances. So, as we speak right now, first responders all have ketamine with them. When they have a patient with an acute injury, or when they have a patient with asthma, it works on asthma. A patient with severe asthma, all they do is they shoot some ketamine and it improves. They shoot some ketamine and the fracture site can be stabilized. It helps their pain. If they're bleeding out, it helps with shock. Now, I mean, I've worked in the operating rooms. Obviously, I've used ketamine a lot. I've worked in the ICU where we used ketamine for patients who had severe asthma. I mean, this asthma was so severe that there was no air moving in and out, and there was no question that giving them the steroid would make a big difference. We would give them ketamine, their airway would open up instantly. There was one incident I really want to share to you how safe this drug is. It was a while ago. I was back in India. I was on call. I can say that story.
Yes, you can tell the story.
I was on call at a hospital. It was a teaching hospital. I was on call that night. It was on midnight.
I object to the narrative on this, really.
This is about this is just a predicate and the use of ketamine, his experience.
I'm going to allow it.
You can,
Okay.
Yeah, you can talk.
Okay. We get a call and there was a train accident. Two trains, an up train and the down train, with passengers in it, had a head-on collision. So they had a head-on collision. When I got there, the trains were looking up like that. There was twisted steel everywhere. There were passengers that were trapped under like tons of steel. There was no way that we could remove all that steel with jaws of life or anything like that. And even if we did, they would have died from bleeding but then and there. We were giving these passengers ketamine injections right there. We had no access to the patient. We had no access to their airway. But because ketamine increases your breathing, increases your blood pressure, we would give them ketamine. It would take them out of their shock. The surgeon could do an amputation and remove them. And I think that night, just from ketamine, we must have saved about 300 or 400 lives. And these are patients we could barely see even or know anything about it. Ketamine, it would take care of the shock, it would take care of their breathing, and it would take care of their pain.
I found out that 2703D, the photo during the video, well, let's just go ahead and play it, and I'd like you to pay close attention to the body movements here, Doctor.
$1, yeah. Like, normally $1.50, but the more shopping the better. Oh, really?
Then she has your medicine, which should be helping a little bit. I want to try to use the walker just to stand, pivot, get in the chair, like you did with that the other day. So I'm jealous that she got to see it and I did not. So I'm going to help you, but I want you to try to get your feet flat on the ground. I'll hold you up and see your feet flat. Put your feet in. You got it. Good job. Turn the walker. Better than yesterday. Hey, give me a high five. That was awesome. Better than yesterday. I wish we had the feet that he. That was awesome. Great job.
It's going to hurt just a little bit because you haven't put any weight on the leg in a long time.
Okay. This depicts them trying to get her to walk with a walker. What did you notice about body position and legs, and so forth?
So she has no motor strength to both her legs. I mean, she's trying to stand, and she actually tried 2 or 3 times to try and stand, and each time her knees buckled, and she had no motor strength at all.
Were you able to hear her moans in the background?
Yes, she was.
It appeared to you that she was in pain. Did it appear to you?
Yes.
That she was...
I'm sorry. Yes, I was looking at the video. Yes, she was. Absolutely, she was in pain.
Okay. Let's get back now to ketamine, and let's talk a little bit. We've established that it is a safe drug. And by the way, in your 30 years of practice or more, how long have you been practicing?
Well, I've been a doctor for about 30 years now.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, has any patient ever died from the medical administration of ketamine?
Never.
Has anyone, a patient, suffered a permanent injury from the medical administration of ketamine?
Never.
And would that include patients that have been titrated up above, say, 1,000 milligrams or more per hour?
Yes.
So let's talk then a little bit about the dosing of ketamine, particularly for complex regional pain syndrome disorder, and particularly with Maya. And I'm interested, if you could, in explaining the concept of titration to the jury.
So the concept of titration works in pain medicine. It works. The way we do that is, say somebody comes to me and has pain in their hip. They have pain in their hip, and we've tried everything, nothing's working. We give them a small 1 pill of a pain medicine, okay, and we try to see the response to it. And if the patient comes back and says, "Hey doc, it helped for some time, only for a couple of hours, but I still have pain for the rest of the day," we increase it to 2 pills a day. And the same thing when the patient comes back and they've had some good response, but not a we're looking for function. We're not looking for zero pain. That's in pain medicine. Even in medicine, we don't look for zero pain. We look for functional. And so he's somewhat functional, but not enough. So we go up by another dose. And so forth, we go up very slowly, step by step. It's the same principle used in seizures also. You start at a very small dose, and it's called start low, go slow. You start at a small dose, and you slowly titrate up. And in pain medicine, we do the same thing because we don't know how much you're going to take. I might give you a tablet for your headache, a Tylenol for your headache, and it'll go away. I might need 4. Actually, I might need 4 right now. But it might, I'm sure all of you guys need 4. But it might, so we don't know. And so the way we do it is because we don't know, I'm not going to give somebody I'm not going to give them 4 tablets of Tylenol and say, "Hey, take this." I'm going to give them 1, and if they're not happy with it, I'll give them another one and another one till they get to a point like, okay, now I can tolerate listening to testimony from me.
Is that known as a therapeutic dose?
Yes, the therapeutic dose for that patient.
All right. And so in Maya's case now, are you aware of, because of her asthma, she was taking any medications that might affect, or did affect rather, the amount of ketamine it took to bring her to a therapeutic dose?
All right, so this question I have to answer with a little bit of science in it, in that any drug that we take is destroyed by a chemical in our body called enzyme. So there are enzymes in my body that destroy any chemical. For example, if I take a Tylenol, there is an enzyme that burns up the Tylenol. And the reason is to protect me because, if I take one Tylenol, it'll continue to exist for the rest of my life. So that not to avoid that happening, there are enzymes that destroy it, and then it's thrown out by the kidneys or the stool. In Maya's case, she was on massive, that's a whole different subject to talk about, but she was on massive doses of steroids for her asthma. And those steroids were revving up one of these enzymes called, which really hard for me to remember, it's called the CP2D6. And what it does is
is that otherwise known as P450?
P450, it revs up that enzyme. Now, this is the same enzyme that also destroys ketamine. So now you're actually burning up the ketamine faster because she's on the steroid. The steroid revs up this enzyme, and this enzyme, by the way, also destroys ketamine. And so she's burning up the ketamine. And so her requirement for ketamine kept increasing, and that's one of the reasons.
So do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, experience to a reasonable medical probability as to whether the ER docs that first saw Maya in October of 2016, including Dr. Farhan Malik, Dr. Beatrice Tepa-Sanchez, deviated from the accepted standard of care by not researching more fully and confirming any reasons why Maya would be taking larger doses than they expect?
Renew the objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Court Reporter, may I have that question read back, please?
So do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience to a reasonable medical probability as to whether the ER docs that first saw Maya in October of 16, including Dr. Farhan, Dr. Beatrice
Tepa-Sanchez,
deviated from the accepted standard of care by not researching more fully and confirming any reasons why Maya would be taking larger doses than they expect?
I'm going to overrule the objection. The witness may answer.
Yes, they deviated from because this is something standard. They are the ones who are giving her massive dose of steroid, and they should know what the side effects of these steroids are in respect to ketamine.
In fact, from your review of the records at Johns Hopkins, at least for a period of time initially, did they maintain her on those steroids? Do you know? If you don't know, it's okay.
I don't know. I don't remember.
There's a lot to remember in this case. All right. So did it come to your attention that in this particular admission on October 7th of 2016, whether immediately thereafter they put Maya right back on ketamine at Johns Hopkins Hospital?
No, they... As far as I recall, they did not start her on ketamine right away.
Well, actually, we know they didn't keep her on ketamine, but in the first day or two. I'll show you the records. How about that?
Okay.
It might be a little easier. All right. Now, in terms of treatment of CRPS in the future, what is your opinion about what somebody who has had CRPS diagnosed and then aggravated, what can they expect in the future to a reasonable medical probability?
Same objection.
I don't know.
I'm going to overrule that objection.
So, if someone has had CRPS, I tell them, and we all tell them, that this is a lifelong condition. In fact, it is so surgeons will refuse to operate on a patient once they find out that the patient has had CRPS ever in their life. That's how scary this is.
Is it listed as one of the 11, I'm going to owe you another dollar, one of the 11 essential drugs of the World Health Organization?
Yes, it is.
Please continue, I'll pay your
So
dollar.
the World Health Organization has a list of essential drugs that every country must have, and ketamine is one of them.
So please continue.
Yeah, you need to put $1 in the tip jar.
Yeah, I know.
So
you're going to own me by the end.
So CRPS is a lifelong condition. Okay, now let's say we've done the treatment, we've done everything, and the patient is doing better. Okay, now better means more good days than bad days. That's better in their lives, and so they still have to be extremely careful of aggravating it. They cannot afford to have any injury. They cannot afford to have a lot of stress in their lives. If they ever go in for surgery, then they have to take extra special precautions. And actually, one of the precautions is that the anesthesiologist has to give them ketamine during the surgery, after the surgery, and continue into the post-operative period, because that's the only drug that works on this. Most surgeons will refuse to do surgery if the patient has a history of CRPS. That's how severe this is considered in the medical world.
So does that prevent, in many instances, the patient from getting the appropriate treatment in the event of an accident or something like that?
Well, in the event of an accident, of course, they have to do what they have to do. But if Maya were to have a surgery that is kind of maybe optional, let's say she has a bone that hasn't healed well and has to be straightened out, the surgeon won't do it.
Now, I have to ask these questions in follow-up to the two questions about the deviations from the accepted standard of care. Just to be safe here, Doctor, do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience and to a reasonable medical probability whether the two deviations that you've testified to here in court caused or contributed to permanent injury to Maya Kowalski?
Yes, absolutely.
Overruled, the answer stands.
One moment, Your Honor. Oh, I know what I wanted to ask. Is ketamine now used to treat depression and other psychological illnesses?
Yes, ketamine has now been approved. The best news about ketamine now is that it has been approved for treatment of what's called treatment-resistant depression. So these people have such severe depression that drugs are not working anymore. The normal antidepressants are not working anymore, and they get ketamine, nasal spray, or some centers will do IV ketamine. The FDA has also approved ketamine for treatment of CRPS since 2019.
So in the event that someone, for instance, Maya, there's testimony that she's diagnosed with a permanent psychological injury, would the ketamine be of use to her in the future?
Objection, relevance, and scope.
Tie together later based on further expert testimony as to psychological conditions.
What's your approach on that one?
The objection to that question is sustained.
You have an opinion based upon your background training at first. Are you aware that Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital during this period refused after the first couple of days, refused to allow Maya to have ketamine to help her get through this? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Do you have an opinion based upon your background training and experience and to a reasonable medical probability as to whether refusing to allow a patient, Maya Kowalski in this instance, access to the most successful drugs to treat her condition is a deviation from the accepted standard of care, breach of the duty of reasonable care?
Yes.
And is it your opinion to a reasonable medical probability and based upon your background training and experience as to whether those deviations caused or contributed to injury, permanent injury to Maya Kowalski?
Renew the objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. One moment. One more question. Can you tell the jury, based upon your background training and experience and to a reasonable medical probability, whether titrating to effect in the use of ketamine is the standard, accepted standard of care?
Oh, yes. I mean, that is without a doubt the standard of care. No question.
Your witness.
Okay. Well, given that it's 12:10, I think it's lunchtime for everybody. Members of the jury, I'm going to ask Deputy Coley, I want the jury to be ready at 1:40. So at 1:40, I want them to be able to come in. So whatever time you need at the rallying point. So. No, we're going to lunch right now. I can tell you that without a discussion at sidebar.
Yes, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. I will see you after lunch. Have a good lunch. The jury's out of our presence, Doctor. We're going to be taking a lunch break. During this break, you're not allowed to talk to either side about your testimony, okay? Yes, sir. You can talk about the weather, you can talk about plane flights or whatever else, but you cannot talk about the subject matter of this case or the testimony.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so I want you back here, let's say, at 1:30. Okay. So if you want to take off and go to lunch, you're free to do that at this time. Are there issues, plaintiff defense, that we need to discuss before we go?
Not unless, not for that plaintiff.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
I will tell you, I've received Mr. Altenburn and Mr. Elligott's drafts with the various different objections and counter proposals. What I have here is my amalgamation of those, so basically kind of my thoughts on the matter. I'm going to hand them to you. You all can look at them. We can discuss them when we come back, or perhaps after the jury leaves today. So this goes to the plaintiffs and this goes to the defense.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
With the jury coming back, and I want the jury to be able to walk in at 1:40. If we come back at 1:30, which is an hour and 16, 17 minutes from now, is that enough time for us to do whatever we need to do before the jury comes? Or do we need more time?
Does that mean discuss the jury instruction, or does that mean anything else?
I think we can do the jury instruction after the jury leaves today.
Especially, are you expecting to have Mr. Elliott appear?
I'm going to call him on lunch.
Okay.
I think 1:30 is fine. Hopefully we can come to some type of an agreement. If not, we prefer to do that after the jury's excused for the day.
And what you'll see, the top one is the enrolled version. The bottom, I kind of left with the legislative change and my thoughts on it. You will be pretty self-evident. Okay. Everyone will be back at 1:30. are we coming? Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. I'm here. That's okay. I don't want to interrupt. I just kind of figure out.
Judge, can you flip it on? I want to show you. I messed up. When we were having that colloquy there, I should have remembered the report. The report lays out an entire life care plan over the course of 2 pages, and I wanted to show it to you if you don't mind.
That's fine.
Okay, so if you go up here.
So you just highlight it, the area?
Yes. Next page. Okay, beginning with considering the complexity of the condition
Well,
down.
I need to turn it off and turn it back on so the gallery comes back on.
Okay.
I for whatever reason, sometimes those gallery TVs just don't like coming on. There we go.
And then on down from there, continue down, highlighting to the bottom, and then the start of the next page, please.
Doctor, can I actually ask you to step outside for just a couple moments?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. No, I'm just waiting for the doctor to get out of our presence. The transcript will reflect the doctor's out of our presence at this time.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to continue direct examination. For the record, when we had a colloquy about the scope of the doctor's opinion, I had focused on the deposition, completely forgot about his report, which is Exhibit 2005-1 through 32, something like that? 21. And in that, there is not a life care plan, but all of his recommendations to a reasonable medical probability of the care and treatment for Maya Kowalski based on her symptoms and his diagnosis. If you go to the next page, please. Go to 19, or 20. And so there he goes on. Also demonstrated positive results of physical therapy. Treatment with Dr. Hanna specializes. Basis for diagnosis, bunch of mine is incorrect. She does not meet the criteria. I don't need that, but from that point up, and then the page before.
Mr. Anderson, I looked at it. Let me hear from Mr. Shapiro.
Yes, sir.
I guess I don't know what they're intending to do if Mr. Anderson just wants to continue to correct that objection. The basis for just to be clear, this is a plan that he had for Maya after one visit in January 22nd, 2017. If the question to him is simply, did you have a plan for Maya's care, you can walk through it, but that's different than saying, as a result of the mistreatment that you allege at All Children's Hospital, do you believe within a reasonable degree of medical probability she has these future problems? That was the basis of my objection because, again, in his deposition, he, I believe, clearly disavowed any future care opinions because he hadn't seen her. But I don't object if he just wants to continue his direct and ask him about what his plan for the patient was on that day based on his exam.
Well, my recollection of the questions that were asked that we had the sidebar conversations on, or multiple sidebar conversations on, and my sustaining your objections, the concept was that it was an undisclosed opinion that neither in his report nor in the deposition was there discussion of future, whether it was care and treatment or a future opinion. But this report suggests that he did, in fact, have opinions about future care. And so at this point, I'm going to reverse my rulings, and I will allow the questions that Mr. Anderson had previously asked, to which I sustained. And the plaintiff can continue in direct when we are in front of the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you mind if I just get a quick point of clarification, respectfully, Your Honor, and I don't know if plaintiff intends to do this. Does this court find that merely because Dr. Chopra had a plan on this date for several things that he wanted and that his patient to undergo, that would open the door for him to then talk about life care plans in the future as a result of negligence, or just merely that he can discuss what his plan is?
What I was just seeing on the screen was talking about future items. So, certainly, I don't know what the doctor is going to say about future items. If it's beyond this, maybe that's going to be an issue. But it's clear that he had a forward-looking report that was presumably available to the defense. And as such, I think it's fair game at this point. And that was the basis of my objection, was it was undisclosed, but it seems like it was, at least in part, if not in totally, available to the defense and understood that that's what this doctor was going to be saying.
And just a last point of clarification, respectfully, the objection the defense is making is any testimony about future care related to future damages, as opposed to, and I don't have an objection to him talking about in his report his future plan of care for the patient. I think those are two different separate categories. Mr. Anderson may not be going back there, but I will make the contemporaneous objection.
I think you need to make the contemporaneous objection, and it may be that it is beyond his deposition and his report, but I think I need to actually hear the specific question at that particular point in time and the specific objection. Are there any other issues we need to address?
Your Honor, we had done a request for judicial notice, which the court granted on trial exhibit 23021 and 2301.
What is 2301?
And those are, and I've got copies real quick.
Can you just put it up so I know what you're talking about?
Can we put it up? My intention, these are House resolutions regarding reflex sympathetic dystrophy month, and there was one in 2004.
What are you trying to do with a legislative resolution?
I am asking the witness to identify this and asking whether this is further evidence that the doctors at Johns Hopkins should have been aware of the problem of misdiagnosing exactly what they were diagnosing.
I'm unclear. You're asking a doctor from Rhode Island to comment on a resolution by the Florida House of Representatives?
Well, he is licensed in Florida as well, and it's a relatively minor point, but I think it is.
Has he been in the Florida legislature?
Not that I'm not aware of.
My recollection when I handled this before was, I'll take judicial notice of it, but as a matter of evidentiary fact, that me taking judicial notice does not make it an evidentiary fact. I think is how I ruled, I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago.
I agree with that. I think that's what you said.
And I don't see this witness being able to talk to us about what the Florida House of Representatives has done.
I'll save it for cross or something else, and I'll bring it up again.
Anything else before we bring in the doctor?
Not from the plaintiff.
Not from the defense.
Let's go get Dr. Chopra, please. Okay, welcome back, Doctor. Just to let you know, when we bring the jury back in, since we've had this break, I'm going to remind you that you're under oath. I'm going to do that in front of the jury.
Sure.
Okay, just to let you know, I'm going to do that. Let's bring in the jury.
Yes, sir.
everyone please be seated? Okay, members of the jury, I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did not do any investigation, and you received no information. Is that correct?
Yes.
I also want to confirm that and ensure that no one approached you about this case since we last were together. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that you have not seen any media coverage about this case since the last time we were together. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Mr. Anderson, you may continue your questioning, sir.
I'm back.
I know. Sticky tape.
Before we broke, there was a series of questions concerning Maya's future care. And I'm allowed now to ask you about them. And I want to reference you to your report of January 22nd, 2017. And with the court's permission, I have it published here. Previously discussed it. Can you go through this? You don't have to dwell on every one of them, but I want you to name off for the jury here the various treatments and the reason why they are reasonably medically necessary for Maya, given her aggravation from CRPS.
Same objection. Overall.
So, one of the things about treating CRPS is that I do is I know the definition is everything else has been ruled out. So the patient has severe excruciating pain and everything else has been ruled out by definition. That's the definition of CRPS. But I still look for a cause. Maybe there is something somebody missed or there is something that I can find, and that would be obviously magical, because then if you know what's broken, we can fix it. So in her case, I looked for a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, or in brief, EDS. It's a kind of a benign condition where your joints are loose, you're hypermobile, and she had some features of that. Now, I wasn't sure about it because at that time, this was back then, there were no guidelines on how to diagnose this condition. It was actually in 2017, later on, that the guidelines came out on how to diagnose it. So I just put that there, that later on in the future in her life, she might ever want to explore that, she can do that.
Next one.
The next one was, I said that she meets the criteria for complex regional pain syndrome.
And then let's go to 3, as I think we've covered that.
So in number 3, I talked about a condition called tethered cord syndrome. And this is actually a condition common in children, and it is common in patients with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. And in this case, what happens is that these patients their spinal cord is not hanging loose in their spine. It's tethered to the bottom of their spine. And it's a congenital condition, and oftentimes these patients can present with pain in both their legs. And it's a neurological condition, and it is diagnosed by a neurosurgeon. I also put that in there because maybe she has it, maybe we need to do a further workup, we don't know.
Okay, and we go to the next one then. 4.
Are we going to magnify it?
Let's see. 1, 4. I don't need to cover
Okay.
that one. I was really interested in the CRPS treatment on the next page. Okay. Now, beginning in number 5, if you could go down and let me ask you the question. From 5 down through, I think then there's more on the next page. But these from 5 on down, are these reasonable and necessary medical condition treatments for Maya Kowalski based on the aggravation of her CRPS to a reasonable medical probability?
Yes, these are reasonably necessary, absolutely.
So let's give the jury an idea here of, we've talked about things that she can look into in case, but let's talk about what you think she should be doing or the treatment she should have.
Based on my...
Your report, which
okay,
is in evidence.
so on number 5, I put in there, recommend physical therapy for upper body strengthening exercises. So here's the thing. When she got her initial ketamine at Dr. Kirkpatrick's office, her upper body pain actually improved. The pain in her arms improved, but not the pain in the legs. And so, you know, she was... When people use a walker, they need upper body strength because that's what they're supporting themselves on. They need to have stronger arms, stronger upper body. And so I said, all right, let's strengthen what we can strengthen. And at least so she can, you know, hold the walker and walk. So that's what I said.
And how much, as she continues in life, should she reasonably expect to attend or go to a reasonable medical probability in order to minimize the effects of the aggravated CRPS?
Well, to minimize she has to completely avoid aggravating her CRPS.
Let's assume in life there is aggravations now and again. Is the physical therapy, should it be periodic or should she continue to attend physical therapy throughout her life so long as she has the symptoms to a reasonable medical probability?
I need to clarify that.
Sure.
I actually said to hold off physical therapy for her legs.
Right.
Because you cannot do physical therapy on someone who has excruciating pain in their legs.
Right.
Okay, that's it. So for now, just strengthen the upper body, control the rest of her pain in her legs, which had been aggravated by her whole episode at the ACH, and then work on the legs.
Okay. As she has, and to a reasonable medical probability, is Maya going to have relapses from time to time of varying degrees and types?
Yes, she is. Okay, let's talk about the relapses for a second. This is not a joke. We're not talking about a relapse of a little headache. We are talking about severe. She lives at a baseline pain that you and I cannot even comprehend. Okay, that's baseline pain. Her brain has now changed enough that she is okay with that pain. When she has an exacerbation, it's horrible.
And are you aware, or has it come to your attention, that she has in fact had a relapse in November of 2020 that put her in the hospital?
Yes, I know that she did, and I don't know what happened. It may have been some sort of a stress. I know she didn't have an accident or a physical fall, but it could have been some stressful event that could have triggered that.
And her already having had a relapse 2.5 years, 3 years after getting out of Johns Hopkins, does that have an effect on your opinion that she may have more and longer and more aggravated relapses through her life?
Same objection.
You can answer.
It's the same, it's the same analogy I gave you. If you have a wound on your arm and before it heals, you whack it and it breaks down, the skin breaks down again and the wound becomes worse again. And if you keep continuing doing that, one day it's never going to heal. One day you're going to be left with a really terrible open wound on your hand. And that's the same thing with this. If you keep aggravating her CRPS, her brain is finally going to alter itself, if it hasn't done it now, it is finally going to alter itself. That is that her CRPS will never ever go away. It never goes away. It gets what we use the word remission, where it kind of comes down a little bit, enough that they can function.
And I believe you testified to this before, but just to tie it in, do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience, and to a reasonable medical probability, if whether the timing and the intensity of what she experienced at Johns Hopkins over those 3.5 months aggravated that CRPS so as to cause her extra injury and damage?
Overruled, you can answer.
So, I need to give you the bigger picture on this.
Okay, go ahead. I just wanted to, yes, you do have an opinion or no?
You need to add $2 there. So, I'm going to make money today. So here we are, so we have a 10-year-old girl and she's got CRPS in her legs, okay? But her mom's frantically running around all over the country from Chicago to Tampa looking for treatment for her. Okay, she finally finds Dr. Kirkpatrick. He does ketamine on her. It helps her partially. It helps her arms. Okay, we got a little win there. But then he says, look, you need much more than what I can give you. So you need to go to Mexico and see Dr. Cantu, who's going to give you a ton of ketamine. And she does. And she comes back and she does well. Mm-hmm. And in fact, she does so well that Dr. Who's the doctor from?
Hannah or?
No, there's a doctor
Cantu?
from Johns Hopkins, a pulmonologist.
Oh, Kreisman.
Kreisman.
Dr. Kreisman.
Dr. Kreisman and her pediatrician said, this is not the same girl. This is a different girl. Her skin lesions were gone. She was a whole different girl. They both commented on that. And then, obviously, you can't afford treatment in Mexico that long. It's expensive. So she did the next best thing was to go to Dr. Hannah, who tends to use higher doses. And so it was some sort of an agreement that she made. And she started to do ketamine with Dr. Hannah at somewhat higher doses. And she was doing great. There are videos of her swimming, running around, playing, doing great with physical therapy after Dr. Hannah's treatment. So you can see the progression that from a lower dose with Dr. Kirkpatrick to a higher dose to Dr. Cantu and then to Dr. Hannah, she is starting to make progress. Now she has this abdominal pain, goes to Johns Hopkins, and then everything goes down the drain. They don't believe her, they don't treat her stomach pain, they don't take care of her CRPS, they don't even, and she's been there dozens of times before, and now they treat her like they've never seen her before, they don't believe her, they stop all her treatments, and not only that, they mistreat her by keep touching her, keep handling her, and her CRPS flares up back to where it was.
So is that a yes, Johns Hopkins did aggravate her CRPS so as to cause her more damage and injury in the future?
Yes, very much.
And so let's continue down here. You've had, exercise and joint protection. I think you've talked about, avoid desensitization. Go down, avoid desensitization, sensitization exercises. What's that about?
So, one of the theories in CRPS is that, all right, if because your arm is so sensitive, I'm just taking the arm. If your arm is so sensitive and if you have CRPS there and touching it makes it painful, we are going to touch it even more. We'll take a rough towel or a sponge or something like that and rub it even more so that your brain gets used to it. Okay, now that philosophy is actually counterproductive because do you remember how I said this morning that a barrage of pain signals, if I took a pen and I stuck it in my finger again and again, there would be a barrage of pain signals to my brain. And then the brain then alters itself. And it now takes over the pain. And this is what will happen when you do so-called desensitization exercises. If I take a rough towel and I start rubbing it on the area of CRPS, you are sending even more signals up there. There is zero literature. I am not kidding you. There is zero literature on the benefits of desensitization. I have searched it everywhere. I've asked people who do this. I said, where did you learn this from? Where is it? No one knows.
Non-responsiveness too.
So,
Hey, Doctor, why don't we wait for the next question and then you can answer?
You owe me $1 back.
oh, sorry.
No. The question then is, can you describe for the jury then with more specificity, is she going to have more of these relapses than she would have had she not been interrupted in her first round of care?
Yes.
Will they be more aggravated when she has them? That means more painful, more debilitating. And third, will they be, in terms of length, longer? So the three, again, are she's going to have more number.
How about one question at a time?
Yes, sir. You get my question?
Yes, to answer your question, yes, she'll have more frequent incidences of CRPS because the treatment that was initially working for her was interrupted.
And will those episodes be longer in length than they would have been, or will have any effect on that?
That's a slightly difficult question to answer.
Fair
Some will be longer and some may not be that long.
But can you tell us, when she does have them, are they going to be more intense than they would have been had she completed the therapies that were in place?
Yes, every exacerbation she's going to have is going to be a lot more intense.
So she's going to have a lot more and more intense, but there's no way to tell the length of them. It's just a summation. Okay. Now, we haven't finished this. Doctor, I don't want to take a whole lot of time because it's in the report, which is in evidence, and so you can read it. They can read it for themselves. But generally speaking, can you tell me? Can you tell us? I'm going to stick a step ahead here to number 10, gastroenterology, and why that's important.
So when I talked to her, and I went through every system, and when I got to the stomach, and I asked her, "Do you get bloating when you eat?" And she said, "Yes, absolutely, I do get bloating when I eat small amounts of food." And remember, she had already been to Johns Hopkins twice. I think, as long as I remember, it was twice for belly pain. And what happens as a complication of CRPS is the nervous system that controls the movement of your intestines. So your intestines move like a toothpaste, okay? So when you eat food, it moves along like a toothpaste. And that is controlled by a nervous system called the sympathetic nervous system. And that is affected in CRPS. And that was the reason her food was not moving, and obviously it was collecting, and she was starting to have all this abdominal pain, belly pain, and she was getting malnutrition because of it.
All right. Then is there a number 12 there, or have we reached the end? It says under 11A, it was minimized trauma. I think you've covered that. And then we go on the next page to continue on to the top, please. I think there's more. Go up. Here. Vitamin C exercise program, trial of graded motor imagery. What is that?
So there was a research that came out of Australia. It's actually accepted research modality for treatment of CRPS.
Sustain that objection.
What was the objection?
Bolster.
Oh, okay. Just tell us what graded motor imagery is, the basics.
It's in 3 parts, and the 3 parts I mentioned over there. It's a kind of an exercise you can do at home for people who have CRPS in one limb.
And then you said an echocardiogram. Is that periodic under number 12?
That's If she has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, then an echocardiogram is a standard practice.
All right. And then, okay, positive results of physical therapy. So should she keep up physical therapy throughout her life as she's done?
Provided her pain is controlled.
Right. What about medications? Do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, experience, or reasonable medical probability if from time to time she would benefit from medication?
That's a difficult question to answer because her mother had tried a lot of medications, but that was a different time, and so we don't know if she can try them again. But she will need to try different medicines.
And with based on the assumption that the relapse occurred some 2.5 years after she got out of Johns Hopkins, do you have an opinion to a reasonable medical probability that the opinions you have offered here are equally applicable for this jury today?
Can you rephrase that?
That wasn't a very good question. To a reasonable medical probability, is your report here in 2017 applicable today, these different treatments and future medical care?
Yes.
So, just a couple last questions. I think the jury will hear at some point about intrathecal pumps and Beata Kowalski's request, or just asking about it in theory. But what is an intrathecal pump, and is this some boogeyman that we should be afraid of? All right.
Why don't we just go with his
What is the pump?
Sorry. Intrathecal pump simply means a pump in the spine. So the principle is actually amazing. And I'll give you an example. If a person needs, say, 10 milligram, needs morphine, 10 milligram pill for their pain by mouth, 10 milligrams by mouth. If you give the same morphine into their spine, they'll only need 1 milligram, which means they need lower doses. It is far more effective because you're hitting the pain at the source, and you're also not seeing any side effects. So intrathecal is in straight language, it means spinal pump.
And from your experience with mothers and fathers of children with this extreme pain, do you find it in any way unusual or odd that she would question whether the intrathecal pump would be appropriate for Maya?
Yes, it is an appropriate request. I thought it was an amazing request that she made it because she's trying to decrease the dose of drugs that Maya is getting.
All right. And finally, is ketamine FDA approved for children?
Yes, it's used all the time for children.
And is it now FDA approved as what's known as an orphan drug?
Yes, it is.
And what is an orphan drug?
So actually the sentence should be, is it approved as an orphan drug for CRPS?
For our CRPS, my apologies.
Yes, and so, there are some diseases that, like the FDA has these rules, okay? Like they might say, somebody with migraines, we need, 1 million patients. We need you to test this drug on 1 million patients.
Objection that you're saying on the FDA rules.
Well, I'm just trying to explain.
You can answer that one.
You can answer.
But in some diseases that are not that common, they can't get 1 million patients with CRPS. So the FDA says, all right, we let you do it with 400 patients. And that's called an orphan drug use. So they kind of make it, they're not all diseases are that common. And some diseases that are not common, they put them down as orphan drug use.
Is that because of the expense of doing a full trials?
No, it's because they can't find that many people.
Okay. And I have to ask you one last question on liability here. And do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience into a reasonable medical probability from everything you've seen here, whether the doctors comprising the Johns Hopkins pain management team, that is Laura Vos, Richard Elliott, Amish Patel, and nurse Ashley Sumner, breached a duty of reasonable care by deviating from the accepted standard of care insofar as the care and treatment of Maya Kowalski?
Yes. Overruled. The answer stands.
And can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical probability based upon your background, training, and experience whether that was a cause of this aggravation and this future we now know about for Maya?
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Sure. I want to know whether when you answered about they breached a duty of reasonable care, was that breach a cause of the damage and injury to Maya?
Yes, it was.
And is that to a reasonable medical probability?
Yes.
Your witness.
Mr. Shapiro.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Were you aware that Beata Kowalski chose you?
No, I had no idea.
First time you're learning about that today?
This is the first time I'm hearing this.
Okay. You're not an emergency physician, correct?
No.
You're not board certified in pediatric anesthesiology either.
No.
You, in terms of hospital privileges, you haven't had any in more than 20 years, right?
I chose not to.
Okay. You don't treat patients in hospitals.
I don't have the time to go to hospital.
Okay. In terms of your fees to be here, what are you charging?
Sorry, could you?
What do you charge to be here?
Oh, so far they've been kind enough to pay for my hotel. The rest I have no idea.
Okay. You haven't sent a bill to Mr. Anderson yet for your time?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Do you know what it will be, or you haven't tallied it?
I have no idea. My office handles that. I don't handle that.
Okay. I know you don't know the amount, but just so it's clear, Mr. Anderson, his office is paying you to be here today and for your review. Is that fair?
They're paying for my time.
Okay. Let me ask you about ketamine. You told the jury a moment ago about FDA approval. Back when Maya was getting ketamine in 2017, ketamine was not approved by the FDA for CRPS. True?
Well, yes.
That's true.
That's true.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your statement that Maya was improving before she went to All Children's in October of 2017. You base that on your review of Dr. Honda's records, right?
Actually, I based that not just on his records, but also on videos.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can narrow down a time frame here. Clay, will you put up what's in evidence as Joint Exhibit 1040-206? And you can enlarge this. I will represent to you, we can go to, this is a signed letter from Dr. Hanna dated September 25th, 2016. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'll represent to you that this was written by Dr. Hanna to the school district to explain homebound status. And I'm going to ask you about some of the statements in here to see if this is consistent with what you're telling the jury in terms of how Maya was actually doing before she went to my client's hospital. At the top it says, Maya suffers from horrific disease, RSD, CRPS. Do you see that?
Yes.
Your testimony to this jury is before Maya ever went to my client's hospital, she had debilitating CRPS. That's what you believe, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of her debilitating, horrible CRPS, she was going to require, in your mind, a lifetime of care. True?
Yes.
Okay. Now, reading down on this, it says on September 6, 2016, evening time, Maya had a relapse of her RSD. Maya became overstressed, extremely worried, and crying after a September 6, 2016 individual education plan meeting at Taylor Ranch School, which I strongly believe led to her RSD relapse. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know, and maybe you didn't, but did you know what caused this alleged relapse of RSD?
Well, it says right here.
Okay.
After the IEP meeting.
So, at least from your understanding of reading this record, there was a psychological stress on Maya that you would attribute to the relapse of RSD. Is that fair?
A stressful event at the IEP meeting.
According to this letter, Maya was then complaining of severe pain to her legs 10 out of 10. True?
True.
She was complaining of severe pain to her back 10 out of 10. True?
True.
She was complaining of severe pain to her arms 9 out of 10. True?
True.
Severe pain to